Halo, selamat pagi. Selamat pagi, selamat pagi. Halo, Zoro. Halo, Nur Gofur. Bocah Epic, Mirai. Selamat pagi. Kita mau lanjut. Lanjut game yang susah ini. Gua belum nonton orang main sih, belum lihat lagi sih orang main. Terus gua cari walkthrough juga nggak ketemu, soalnya kan mainnya tuh pakai AI ya, jadinya susah anjir. Gimana ya caranya? Coba kita lihat dulu, ntar kalau gua udah menyerah lagi baru kita lihat-lihat apa progresnya. Coba lihat progresnya 50%. Yakin? Iya, gimana walkthrough kalau yang jawab ya? Ayo benci banget ya. Gimana ya? Aduh gimana ya? Aduh, suara gua oke kan? Ingat gua kan dicatat. Alhamdulillah. Halo Idoy, pakai Rishoy. Mic oke. Gua beli makan jadinya ternyata makanannya pada habis. Jadinya gua pesan GoFood tapi belum nyampe. Halo Rima, aman nggak sore? Welcome Rishoy. Terima kasih sudah jadi membership. Terima kasih. Jam segitu ada yang buka, ya banyak yang buka sebenarnya, masih banyak. Suara game agak gede. Oh ya, segini gimana? Segini oke nggak? Gue bingung banget nih. Kita ini dulu ya, get through dulu ya kemarin. Jadi buat yang belum tahu ini game apaan, ini game detektif. Kita interogasi orang-orang yang di sini karena lagi terjadi pembunuhan berantai buat 3 orang korban. Kita lagi nyari siapa pelakunya gitu kan. Terus yang korbannya ada Maria Jansen. Maria Jansen ini dia kayak sosialita, terus meninggalnya di depan apartemennya. Diduga di hasil autopsinya badannya itu digigit-gigit binatang, tapi sebenarnya katanya udah meninggal duluan gitu. Baru digigit-gigit binatang, terus di tangannya ada kayak tangannya patah gitulah, tulangnya kayak bekas perlawanan. Mungkin nggak tahu juga ya, kita masih belum tahu dugaannya gimana. Terus habis itu suspeknya yang Maria ini belum tahu sih siapa suspeknya. Yang kenal sama Maria ini nggak ada, belum ketemu orangnya. Paling cuman tahu doang gitu, tahu doang kalau dia itu Maria Jansen sosialita gitulah. Tapi anehnya nih, nggak tahu AI-nya error apa enggak nih, ada orang namanya Marina. Dia katanya bilang kalau Maria ini kerja di Cabin Violet, tapi si orang yang punya klubnya bilang nggak ada tuh pegawai namanya Maria Jansen gitu. Nah pas ditanya lagi nggak ada juga dia bilang. Pas ditanya lagi nggak ada juga dia bilang pegawai. Yang nggak tahu dia ini AI-nya error apa dia bohong. Masih mencurigakan nih si Marina nih gitu ya kan. Terus halo yang baru datang. Abis itu korban kedua namanya Nicola Grossman. Nih dia diduga investor dari klub koral. Nah, klub koral ini nggak tahu siapa yang punya. Di sini ada orang kerja namanya Ingrid, katanya pernah tahu kalau Nicola ini dia investor di klub koral gitu. Dia kalau Nicola meninggalnya lehernya ditusuk pakai pisau dari belakang. Mayatnya ketemunya di sini di depan toko groceries nih, di depan Pascal. Nah, ini nih yang punya namanya Mr. Pascal. Kita belum ketemu sama orangnya, tapi di sini pegawainya kita udah bisa wawancara, namanya Emily Potter. Dia orangnya susah banget diwawancara, soalnya dia nggak mau ngasih tahu rahasia, katanya kalau rahasia ya udah gitu, nggak boleh dikasih tahu, biarlah jadi rahasia gitu. Ternyata ini bukan istrinya, anjir, beda, ini bukan. Habis itu yang ketiga namanya Hailey Greenwood. Dia penari juga di Caban Violet, temennya sama Ingrid juga. Dia kayaknya si Hailey ini kerja di koral di Caban juga. Katanya dia dipukul kepalanya pakai hak sepatu. Nah, si Marina ini bilang sepatunya hilang satu. Terus si Ingrid bilang dia deket sama si Hailey. Terus katanya dia mimpi-mimpi dikejar, ada orang misterius ngejar gitu. Nah, ini bingung nih, kenapa si Marina bilang sepatunya hilang satu. Itu pun harus dikulik-kulik dulu baru ngasih tahu kalau dia bilang sepatunya hilang satu. Tapi kenapa dia ngasih tahu hint sepatunya hilang satu, anjir? Yang mana? Modus operandinya kayak luka gigitan binatang? Bukan, itu cuma buat yang korban pertama. Nama modus operandinya nggak tahu masalahnya, soalnya meninggalnya tuh beda-beda. Yang satu pakai pisau, yang satu pakai sepatu, yang satu ini nggak tahu sebenarnya meninggalnya kenapa. Tapi pas udah meninggal banyak bekas gigitan binatang. Yang Maria Jansen ini gitu. Nah, sekarang kita tanyain AI, orang NPC di sini susah banget nanya, anjir. Ada luka binatang? Nggak ada, cuman yang luka binatang cuman di Maria doang. Yang lain nggak ada luka binatangnya. Gitu sih. Sekarang gue coba ngulik sepatu yang hilang yang ini dah, si Marina. Hai Miss Ingrid.
Hello there, Detective Martini. How lovely to see your face. What brings you to my little corner of Vaudeville
Gua mau
today?
nanya,
Do you need a dance partner or perhaps a refreshing beverage to quench your thirst?
si Hailey ini
Whatever it
kerja
may be,
di
consider me at your service. Let's make this day a little more
koral
memorable, shall we?
sama klub itu juga nggak ya? Is Hailey working at Coral and Caban Violet at the same time?
Yes, Hailey was working at both Coral
Tuh,
and
iya
Caban Violet.
benar.
She was a talented dancer and had the opportunity to showcase her skills at multiple venues.
And you were working with Miss Marina too?
Oh, Detective Martini, you've uncovered another secret. Yes, indeed, I do know Marina. She's a vivacious burlesque dancer who works at the fabulous Caban Violet, just a stone's throw away from here. Marina is quite the sensation in vaudeville, with her mesmerizing performances that leave the audience in awe.
And you three working together as a dancer?
Absolutely, Detective. Haley, Marina, and I have been working on a new dance routine together. It's a fusion of ballet, cabaret, and a touch of vaudeville flair. We believe it's going to be a showstopper, captivating the hearts of the audience with our
Katanya si
synchronized
Haley
movements,
dia sama
dramatic
si
lifts,
Marina
and
yang ada
infectious
di
energy.
Kaban Violet ya, bertiga tuh penari. Iya, belum tahu mungkin love atau bisnis, tapi belum tahu anjir masalahnya apa. Kita cuma bisa menduga-duga doang. Have you seen any stiletto with the color of crimson near here, Miss Ingrid?
Apologies, but I haven't seen any stilettos with the color of crimson nearby.
Are you sure?
I apologize, but based on the information available to me, I have not come across any stilettos with a crimson color.
Gak ada anjir. Gak tahu dia soal stiletto hilang. Kalau rival pasti yang investor itu, kalau lover high chance kedua orang itu. Nah, nggak tahu masalahnya. Nanya apa lagi ya? Gue bingung nih, gue beneran udah beneran udah buntu, mau nanya kemana lagi anjir, mau nanya apa lagi anjir. Kemarin dia namanya siapa deh, lupa. Miss Coroner. Kenapa jadi coronavirus, bego? Gua ngomong coroner, bukan coronavirus. Aduh. Goblok. Hello.
Oh, my dearest investigator, you flatter me with your words. It warms my heart to see the passion and dedication with which you approach these cases. It is true our paths have crossed in this labyrinth of death, and together we navigate the winding corridors of mystery. Like a virus that infects the human organism, these cases consume our thoughts, driving our relentless quest for understanding. But fear not, my companion, for even in the face of such darkness there is light to be found. The human spirit is resilient, much like the immune system that battles against pathogens. Greetings, my dear interlocutor. As I stand here amidst
Iya, namanya
these cold
susah
and
anjir, gue
sterile
lupa
walls,
nama dia
my
siapa.
mind drifts to the complexities of the human condition. We are but mere mortals traversing a world fraught with turmoil, seeking answers to questions that often elude us.
May I recall your full name again, Miss?
Indeed, my full name is Marcella Extebelia.
Marcella.
But names,
Marcella.
my dear investigator, are but labels that we carry throughout our journeys in this mortal coil.
Miss Marcella, have you ever seen the stiletto of apa sih bukti?
Yes.
Bukti?
During the autopsy of Haley Greenwood, fragments of a stiletto shoe were found near the wounds on her head.
Ada.
Yes, the evidence suggests that the body was struck multiple times in the head with a blunt object, possibly a stiletto shoe, judging by the fragments found on the body.
What is the color of the fragments of the stiletto?
The color of the fragments of the stiletto was not mentioned in the available information.
Ya, nggak ada anjir warnanya. Gimana ya? Evidence, oh ya anjir. So we still don't find the evidence of the stiletto.
You are correct, my dear investigator. As of now, we have not found concrete evidence directly linking a specific stiletto to the crime.
Oh, belum ketemu
However, the
anjir.
presence of shoe fragments near the wounds on Hayley Greenwood's head does suggest a possible connection.
May I see the fragments?
Oh, my inquisitive companion. How I wish I could grant your request and show you these intriguing fragments. Alas, my role as a coroner confines me to this realm of analysis and deduction. The remnants of this shattered puzzle remain within the confines of my morgue, awaiting further examination. But fear not, for my skilled hands shall unravel their secrets, revealing truths hidden beneath the surface. Patience, my dearest detective. Patience shall be our ally on this winding path of investigation.
Could you extract that fragment and so we can knowing the color of the shoes?
Ah, my dear investigator. I understand your desire to delve deeper into the mysteries that surround us. However, extracting the fragment for closer inspection may not be feasible at this moment.
Ya, nggak bisa.
The delicate
anjir.
nature of the evidence and the need to preserve its integrity must take precedence. Rest assured, my dedicated colleague, every avenue of inquiry will be explored in due
Malam-malam
time.
tekan
For now, let us continue to gather information and piece together the intricate tapestry
Gak
of this
bisa
case.
anjir. Gak bisa, dia bilang gak bisa. Cek warnanya juga gak bisa. Gimana ya? Okay, thank you, Miss Marcella.
I apologize, my knowledge on that particular topic is rather limited. As a coroner, my expertise lies primarily in the realm of the deceased and the intricacies of the human body. While I strive to provide answers and shed light on the shadows of death, there are occasions where
Gak
the
ada
path
polisi.
becomes
Ada
obscured,
polisi.
and uncertainty looms like a dark cloud over our understanding. But fear not, for even in the face of such uncertainty,
Tapi
we
belum ketemu
persevere,
masalahnya.
seeking truth and solace amidst the chaos. May your quest for knowledge be guided by the steady pulse of curiosity, my intrepid companion.
Coba nanya ya, polisi. Hi John.
I'm sorry, but I don't have that information.
Can you please share or do you have any evidence regarding this case, John?
Well, it seems we have a development, Detective Martini. The autopsy report from the coroner is ready. What is it, Detective? Why the sudden change in tone? Spit it out. What's on your mind?
Do you have any evidence that, or do you already find any evidence regarding this case, John? Bahasa Inggris gue jelek banget, Jer.
Detective Martini, it seems we have a development. The autopsy report from the
Aduh.
coroner is ready. You can find Coroner Extaberia at the morgue. Would you like me to mark the location of the morgue on your map? Once you're there, just let the coroner know that you're coming to visit, and that you're authorized to see the details of the autopsies. Keep me updated on any findings, Detective.
I already seen the details of the autopsies. I already know the details of the autopsies, John.
Oh, you already have the details of the autopsy? That's unexpected. Could you share what you've discovered so far? It would be helpful for me to have all the information in order to
Aduh.
assist you better. If you have the chance, do pay a
Bukannya-
visit to the coroner anyway. Just let them know that you're coming to review the reports and that you have the necessary authorization. And if there's anything else you need from me, don't hesitate to ask.
Kok dia ngomong gitu terus ya? Kayak kita belum review reports ya? I'm here to review the reports of the autopsy, Miss Marcella.
Ah, my dear investigator, It touches my heart to see your unwavering dedication to uncovering the truths that lie within these autopsy reports. The meticulous examination of the deceased, like the dissection of a complex symphony, reveals the intricate melodies of life and its sudden
Oh, yeah.
jarring dissonances.
Lupa bilang.
It is through the lens of medical terminology that we attempt to make sense of the inexplicable, to bring clarity to the fog-laden corners of mortality. But, my dear interlocutor, let us not forget the weight that
Apalagi
such
Masih.
investigations bear upon the soul.
So, can I see the report of the autopsy?
I understand your desire to review the report of the autopsies, my diligent companion. The written accounts hold the key to unraveling the enigmatic circumstances
Banyak
surrounding these
bacot
untimely demises.
anjir.
However, I must confess that I am unable to provide you with physical copies of the reports at this moment. They remain securely stored in their designated archives, safeguarded by the watchful eyes of the Vaudeville Police Department. But fret not, my inquisitive colleague, for I shall do my utmost to impart the knowledge contained therein.
I have the authorization from Chief Gretzky, so I want the copy of the report of the autopsy.
Oh, my dear investigator, your tenacity and determination are truly commendable. Though the path may be strewn with obstacles and bureaucratic red tape, your pursuit of truth remains unwavering. Alas, as much as my heart yearns to grant your request, the authorization from Chief Gretzky alone does not grant me the power to distribute the autopsy reports.
Kok
My
gitu?
role as a coroner is to conduct the examinations and present my findings to the appropriate authorities. The dissemination of such sensitive information is entrusted to the hands of the esteemed individuals within the confines of the law enforcement realm.
Okay, I'll ask with Chief Gretzky about this. Thank you. Kok malah I'll stay.
My apologies, but I must confess that my knowledge on this matter is...
John, coroners say that I'm not allowed to see the detail of the autopsy report.
Not allowed to see the autopsy report. That's peculiar. As the police chief, it's my understanding that you should have access to such information. Have you spoken to Coroner Exteberia directly? Maybe there's been a misunderstanding or some miscommunication. It's crucial that we have all the necessary details to move forward with this investigation.
Yes, I have already spoken to Coroner Exteberia, but she said that I don't have any access to that report, and just from your authorization is just not enough to see the report.
Disgusted? I can't believe this. How dare they deny you access to the autopsy reports? They must have their reasons, but it's frustrating nonetheless. I've been in this business for a long time, and I never thought I'd encounter something like this. We need those reports to solve this case, and it seems they're making it unnecessarily difficult.
Yeah,
Did
benar.
they give any explanation as to why you couldn't have the authorization?
Apa tadi ya katanya ya? They say that they need to maintain the security of the autopsy reports, and I should consult with the with sama siapa lah?
The security of the other two reports? That's their reasoning? I fail to see how the security of the other reports would be compromised by allowing you to view the one in question. It sounds like a bureaucratic mess. But if that's what the coroner insists, then there might not be much we can do about it.
Aduh.
However, I still urge you to consult with Saxabar and Marina. Maybe they have some insight or information that could shed light on this situation. Let me know if you uncover anything useful.
Could you speak with coroner so she can allow me to see the report?
I'm afraid I can't speak with Coroner Extiberia directly, but I trust that you'll handle it. Detective Martini.
Gak mau
Now
dia
let's
anjir
focus on
ngomong
finding any other
sama
leads
si
or evidence
coronernya.
that could help us crack this
Anjir
case.
lah.
She said she can allow you to see the report. Well, that's a surprise. Why didn't you mention it earlier? If that's the case, then by all means, go ahead and review it. Let me know if you find anything significant. We need all the information we can get to solve this mystery.
No, she said she cannot allow. I'm reviewing the report. Aduh, gimana ya? Sernya tidak mau membantu ini ser polis. Miss Marcella, what can I do to make me can see the report of the autopsy?
I'm sorry, my dear detective, but I'm afraid there is nothing I can do to facilitate your access to the report of the autopsies. The decision lies solely in the hands of the authorized personnel, and I must respect the protocols and procedures that govern the release of such confidential documents.
Nggak boleh anjir. Gimana ya? Harus di ini kali ya? Harus apa namanya? Berkilat kali ya sama dia. Aku kepikiran sesuatu kalau misalkan ada game sejenis ini melibatkan penonton stream, kayaknya seru penonton bisa nanya langsung. Kalau penonton yang nanya langsung chaos anjir. Apalagi penontonnya banyak. Bentar. Udah dateng. Bentar ya, makanan gue udah datang. Halo, welcome Raiders. Thank you viewers for the raid and terima kasih udah datang. Terima kasih udah raid, viewernya viewer juga terima kasih sudah nge-raid. Tadi abis mau ngambil makanan, bentar ya. Kita lagi main game detektif. Makan apa bang? Makan ayam geprek. Aduh, gimana ya nanya apa lagi anjir. Lama-lama frustasi. Anjir. Menarik nih gamenya solo. Terus kita bisa nanya sama NPC-nya secara langsung, soalnya NPC-nya digerakin sama AI, jadi dia bisa mikir sendiri. Nanya, where can I get the authorization? Okay. So where can I request the authorization for ask?
To request
Aduh.
authorization for accessing the autopsy reports, you may need to reach out to Chief Gretzky, as he holds the authority to grant or deny your request. My dear detective, let us not dwell on
Udah
matters beyond our
kan?
control. Instead, allow me to regale you with a tale of an intriguing case from years past, where the secrets of a forgotten murder were unearthed in
Kan
the
gua
most
udah dapet.
unexpected of places.
I already got the authorization from Chief Gretzky to see the autopsy reports, Miss Marcella. Miss Marcella, I already have the authorization from Chief Gretzky to review the report of the autopsy.
Detective Martini, your unwavering dedication and persistence in obtaining the authorization from Chief Gretzky have not gone unnoticed. In the realm of forensic examination, we often find ourselves entangled in a
Kenapa sih dia?
delicate dance between bureaucracy and the pursuit of truth. As the intricate threads of this investigation unfold, it is essential to remember that the path we tread is not always straightforward. The human body, with all its intricacies and vulnerabilities, holds many enigmas yet to be unraveled. May your journey through the depths of these autopsy reports bring you the clarity and insight you seek.
So where are the autopsy reports?
Within the confines of this somber abode, my dear investigator, lies the repository of knowledge.
Mana
and
sih
truth.
dikasih apa enggak sih
We find
anjir?
ourselves in the heart of the morgue, where the echoes of past examinations reverberate amidst the scent of disinfectants and the hushed whispers of the departed. It is here,
Bingung gua.
amidst the cold steel and sterile surroundings, that the records of the autopsies reside. Patiently awaiting your arrival, they hold the answers you yearn for, concealed within their meticulously transcribed pages.
Tapi bukannya kemarin udah di-share ya autopsy reports-nya ya? Hasil-hasilnya kayak gimana aja. Cuman tadi karena mungkin kita minta salinannya nggak boleh kalau salinannya gitu kali. Kalau detail autopsinya kan udah dikasih tahu. Ya nggak sih? So can I see the autopsy results now? Miss Marcella, so
Apologies, my dedicated companion, but the autopsy results are not available for immediate viewing. They remain securely stored in the archives, accessible only to authorized personnel.
I have the authorization from Chief Gretzky.
Ah, my dear investigator, your unwavering determination and Chief
muter-muter,
Gretzky's
anjir.
authorization have aligned, paving the way for a glimpse into the intricate tapestry of these autopsies. In the realm of the deceased, we navigate the labyrinthine
Ngomongnya
corridors of
muter-muter,
forensic
anjir.
examination, seeking solace amidst the chaos. Let us delve into the depths of these reports, where the secrets of mortality intertwine with the delicate threads of existence. May the knowledge you uncover bring clarity and understanding to the shadows that haunt our collective consciousness.
Thank you. Please give me the autopsy report then.
I'm sorry.
Why you're sorry? Broken anjir.
Forgive me for any confusion caused. Let us divert our attention momentarily from the realm of autopsies and delve into the captivating world of polo, where noble steeds and skilled riders engage in a spirited battle of grace and strategy.
Mana anjir autopsy reportnya? Aduh. Miss Potter, Mrs. Potter, have you ever seen any crimson stiletto lying around here?
Crimson stilettos, you say? How intriguing. But alas, my gaze is solely fixed upon the ground beneath my own dainty shoes, for my heart is burdened with sorrow. The world outside these walls holds no interest for me, my friend. Let us revel in the mysteries of this quaint little grocery shop, and leave the crimson stilettos to their own mischievous fate.
Nggak mau dia. Nggak mau tahu. Suruh dia jelasin apa isi reportnya game. Udah kemarin. I don't interested with your metaphor gitu game sama tulisannya. Aduh, pusing gua. Tanya siapa lagi ya? Tanya apa ya? Wah. Ntar gua ambil makanannya dulu ya. Ntar ya. Udah balik. Makan bang. Belum makan ya gue ya. Makan ayam geprek. Nanya siapa lagi ya? Bingung gua. Masalahnya semua orang tuh pada nggak mau cooperate gitu. Ditanya tuh kita tuh harus bawa sesuatu dulu, baru orang tuh mau buka yang bener. Nyari taunya tuh susah. Nih Ki. Yes, I'm eating chicken smash. Chicken smash. Do you know chicken smash, Anike? Chicken smackdown. Nah, siapa lagi ya? Bingung gua. Nah, siapa lagi ya? Kita kulik siapa ya? Daripada kita interogasi, kayaknya mendingan nanya-nanya sama personal orang-orang aja kali ya. Siapa tahu nanti mereka keceplosan. Hi, Mrs. Potter.
Greetings, my dear friend. Life has a peculiar way of twisting and turning, doesn't it? In these moments of sadness, one mustn't let the weight of the world hold them back. Instead, let the spark of mischief ignite within you. For even in the darkest of times, there is room for a glimmer of amusement. So, my friend, embrace the thrill of life's enigmatic dance and let it carry you through the shadows.
What you usually do during the day, Miss?
During the day, I often indulge in leisurely activities such as cooking, playing bridge, and perhaps taking a stroll in the park.
How about during the night?
Nighttime, my dear detective, is a realm of secrets and whispers, where shadows dance and mysteries unfold. But alas, my ventures into the nocturnal realm are limited. I prefer to bask in the warmth of the day, where the sun's gentle caress illuminates the world around me. So, let us revel in the daylight, for the night holds its own secrets, hidden away from prying eyes.
Do you have any or someone that you're close with?
Count Gravesend, a charming acquaintance, often regales me with whimsical tales at his manor.
So you're close with the Count.
Oh, my dear, cotton is indeed a marvelous fabric,
What?
isn't it? But you see, my heart is heavy with sorrow.
Yeah, this
and
is
mere
the
mention of
game
clothes brings me no joy.
where we
Let us divert our attention to more
become a
captivating matters, shall we?
detective and we're interrogate the NPC here, but the NPC is an AI, so they can think and answer our question right away. And I'm being stuck right now. I don't know how these cases will progress. Gelagatnya emang lupa pada gelagat pas bohong. Ada kadang apa suka bohong. Tahu-tahu ntar iya deng gitu. Kayak si Ingrid tuh tadinya bohong, nggak mau ngasih tahu. Terus akhirnya dia ngasih tahu. Kalau udah diteken gitu. Can you introduce me with the Count, Mrs. Potter? Mrs. Potter, can you please introduce me with the Count?
My dear detective, I'm afraid that hitting someone, be it the Count or anyone else, is not something that aligns with my peaceful nature. Let us seek a more harmonious path in our interactions.
I mean, could you please introduce me with the Count, Mrs. Potter? Kenapa malah jadi hit?
The enigmatic allure of the magnificent circus tent in Vaudeville awaits you, offering a journey into a world of wonders and enchantment. But alas, my friend, introductions to the esteemed Count Gravesend are not within my realm of influence.
Mohon maaf ya, saya bahasa Inggrisnya jelek. Jadi kalau salah grammar biarin aja lah, cuekin aja lah. Yang penting dia jawab. Apalagi ya? Bingung Jir mau nanya apa anjir? Gue udah buntu banget ini masalahnya, mau nanya apa? Pada nggak aku peret semua anjir. Mr. Sexabar.
What?
What is your favorite food?
My favourite food? Well, as a lion tamer, I must say that my appetite is as fierce as the beasts I tame. But if you must know, a perfectly cooked steak is always a delight.
Oh, I really love steak too. Steak.
Good for you.
Kok malah jadi fake? Do you ever find any stiletto lying around near your circus?
No, I have never found any steel lying around near York Circus.
I mean stiletto.
Great.
Have you ever seen stiletto lying around? Tahu.
The little lion, a magnificent creature indeed. But let me tell you about the time I tamed a ferocious Bengal tiger with nothing but a whip and a smile. Quite the spectacle, I assure you.
Have you ever seen stiletto lying around here, Monsieur?
No.
Do you ever give Miss Marina a gift?
None of your business. Talk to her at Cabane Violette.
But I want to talk to you, Monsieur.
No.
Dia susah tahu diajak ngomongnya, anjir, pusing gua. Malah jenis sepatu, soalnya yang ngebunuh si Heli tuh sepatu, pakai sepatu. Jadi gue nanya-nanya sepatu. Si Marina katanya sepatunya juga hilang. Nah, gue mencurigakan nih, kenapa dia sepatunya hilang. Miss Marina, could you please share your life at your work with Haley and Ingrid?
Oh, Haley and Ingrid. They were both part of the same dance troupe as me at Cabane Violette. While I admire Ingrid's talent as a dancer, I must clarify that I don't personally know her or have a close relationship with Haley.
I remember you said that you're missing your shoes. When the last time you miss your shoes?
Ah, my dear shoes. It's been quite a while since they mysteriously vanished. Let me think. The last time they were seen was about a week ago, just before my performance at the cabaret. Such a shame, really. They were my favorite pair. Have you ever seen my burlesque performance? People come from every corner of Europe to see it.
Dia bilang seminggu yang lalu, anjir, hilangnya, anjir. Ini kejadiannya 3 hari yang lalu nih. Iya. Kejadiannya nih 3 hari yang lalu. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm certain. I haven't been able to find my missing stilettos for about a week now. It's been rather frustrating, to be honest.
Mana ya? Apalagi ya? Nanya apa lagi ya? What is your relationship with your partner, Miss Marina? Have you ever have a problem with anyone while you work?
Monsieur Saxabar and I have a strong bond and work together at times. As for problems, I've never had an argument with anyone while working.
Gimana ya? Oh ya. Did you find anything strange when you lost your stiletto?
No, I haven't seen anything strange or weird recently.
Dia pakai buat nari doang, kayaknya sih. Gimana ya? Dia bilang, katanya, where is the last time you see your stiletto, Miss Marina?
Oh, you know how it is. Things can get quite chaotic backstage.
When is the last time you see your stiletto? Stiletto. Susah banget stiletto.
Wait, are you saying you've seen my missing stilettos somewhere, Detective Martini? Where did you happen to come across them? You found my lost crimson-coloured pair of stilettos. How extraordinary. Please do tell me where you discovered them. I've been desperately searching for them everywhere.
No, sorry, I haven't found it. I'm asking where is the last time you saw your stiletto? Aduh, susah banget, susah banget ya. Udah tahu warnanya crimson. Where is the last time you saw your shoes?
The last time I saw my shoes was about a week ago, just before my performance at the cabaret.
Berarti hilangnya di kabaret dong. Warnanya crimson. Dari kemarin udah kasih tahu. Are you single? Dia nggak single, dia pacar gua. Dia hari Sabtu depan udah janjian mau mau ngedate. Jangan macem-macem lo. Apa ya? Nanya siapa lagi ya, bingung gua. Nanya apaan? Have you seen any strange near here, Mrs. Potter, since the body of Nicola Grossman found in front of the store?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anything about the body of Nicola Grossmont or any strange occurrences near the store.
But you're working here. How come you don't know?
You see, my dear, the world is a vast and complex tapestry, with threads of knowledge stretching far and wide. Alas, my grasp on the happenings beyond these streets of Vaudeville is limited. But fear not, for in the confines of our little haven, we shall find solace and mirth. So let our hearts be light,
Pada jago-jago
and our spirits
ngomong, anjir.
dance in the shadows of the unknown.
Jago-jago ngomong, jago-jago berkilah. I love VR. Bingung gua. Nih kalau lu pada mau tahu orang-orang yang di accuse masih banyak yang belum kebuka.
So tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit?
Nih ada Congregation nih, kita belum ketemu. Ini Pascal, orang yang punya grocery store. Ini Michelle, gue belum tahu nih, belum kesebut nama dia. Sama Dada. Ini Ingrid, Mrs. Potter, ada Monsieur Saxebar. Ini Biagio ini investornya kabaret sama Marina. Si banyak. Jadi si siapa? Si Nicola investornya Coral. Nah, Biagio investornya si Caban Violet. Kalau masalah bisnis mungkin aja si Biagio, tapi gua yang tahu, yang nyebut nama Biagio dia nih, tapi dia nggak bisa ngenalin gua ke Biagio. Monsieur Saxebar, can you please introduce me to Mr. Biagio Ferrari?
I'm afraid I cannot introduce you to Mr. Biagio Ferrari, as I do not personally know him.
So how come he became your investor?
Mr. Biagio Ferrari did not become my investor.
Lah, kemarin lu iya bilang katanya. But you said yesterday Mr. Biagio Ferrari is your investor for the club.
No.
Lah, gimana sih anjir nih orang? Nanya Cis juga percuma, dia juga nggak punya personal informasi orang-orang. Gue kemarin nanya sama dia si tahu nggak orang namanya Biagio Ferrari, dia bilang nggak tahu. Gimana ya? Gue bingung anjir, apalagi yang gue harus kulik sama orang-orang ini. Do you love cooking, Mrs. Potter?
Cooking, my friend, is a delightful art that allows one to create culinary masterpieces. However, my heart yearns for more than just the flavours that grace my kitchen. It longs for the presence of my late husband, Mr. Nicholas, whose memory holds a special place in my soul. His absence leaves an indelible void, and no amount of cooking can fill that void. But let us not dwell on sorrow, for life's mysteries beckon us to embrace the mischievous joys that lie ahead.
Have you lost your knife or not? Or something. Nanyanya jelek banget anjir.
Discussions, my dear detective, are the spice of any relationship. Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Potter and I did have our fair share of spirited exchanges, but love, love. It bound our hearts together in a dance of passion and devotion. So let the whispers of lost knives fade into the background, for love's flame burns brighter than any blade. Now, let our conversation take flight on the wings of intrigue and curiosity.
Have you ever missed something recently, Mrs. Potter? Missing harusnya ya?
My heart, my love, my dearest Mr. Nicholas, how I miss him so. His absence leaves a void that no earthly possession can fill. But fear not, my friend, for I shall carry his memory with me always, like a cherished treasure hidden deep within my soul. Let us embark on this journey of whimsy and discovery, for life's mysteries await us at every turn.
Do you lost something recently, Mrs. Potter? Lost. Aduh, susah banget
Mr.
anjir.
Detective, the depths of love and longing are a dance I know all too
Ah,
well.
capek.
You see, Mr. Nicholas, may his spirit rest in eternal bliss, was not just a husband to me. He was the very essence of love and devotion, a flame that burned brightly in the chambers of my heart. Though he may be gone, his presence lingered. Oh, dear detective, how you try to unravel the delicate threads of my past. Yes, it is true that Mr. and Mrs. have had their fair share of discussions, like two passionate souls entwined in a spirited tango. But fear not, for love's fire burns brighter than any disagreement that may arise. The love
Ngomong
between
apa
us
sih
is a
dia?
force to be reckoned with, a bond
Lagi
that could
oke.
withstand the test
Aduh.
of time. Let us now turn the pages of this intriguing tale and delve
Dia
into the
ngomongnya
mysteries that lie
muter-muter
before us.
mulu.
Oh, the tangled web of life's little mysteries. Yes, indeed. There were moments when Mr. and I had spirited discussions, like two stars colliding in the vast expanse of the night sky.
Stop.
But fear not, for love's fire always prevailed, burning brighter than any fleeting disagreement. Our bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of passion and adoration. Now,
Gak bisa
let
anjir.
us unravel the threads of intrigue that weave through the tapestry of this world, and discover the secrets that lie hidden in its folds.
Can you get to the point with me, Mrs. Potter? I don't have time for your poetry. Have you ever lost something recently, Mrs. Potter? Please answer with yes or no.
Lost something? Ah, the whimsical dance of misplaced treasures. Well, my dear detective, I must confess that I have not lost anything recently.
Nah, gitu kek.
However, I do
Tadi.
recall a time when
Nah,
Mr. Nicholas, bless his
sama.
soul, would occasionally misplace his patience amidst the chaos of our daily lives. But worry not, for his kindness far outweighed those rare instances of frustration. Life's quirks and follies, my friend, make for quite the entertaining spectacle. Don't you think?
Gak. Udah amat. Aduh, gue nanya sama siapa lagi? Nanya apa ya? Aduh, gue bingung anjir. Polisinya juga nggak guna anjir. Hai John.
Hello there. What brings you back, Detective? Is there something new you've discovered or an update on the case?
Can you please share the detail with me what I've been sharing with you so far about this case?
Certainly. Let me summarize. We have 3 recent murders in Vaudeville. Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood. Autopsy reports reveal that Nicola Grossman was stabbed, and Haley Greenwood had her head severed. Ingrid and Marina's testimonies conflict, suggesting a need for more evidence and interviews. Additionally, evidence of struggle and bite marks on the victim's hands have been found.
So Miss
Miss Vaughn? Who is Miss Vaughn? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that name. Could you
Marcella
provide more context or clarify who you're referring to?
Marcella Extebera said that they found a fragment of a stiletto inside the head of Haley Greenwood. Miss Marcella Extebera said that they found a fragment of a stiletto inside the head of Haley Greenwood.
A fragment of a stiletto inside Haley Greenwood's head? That's a gruesome detail. It seems like we have a potential murder weapon. We should investigate further to see if we can find any leads or connections.
Yes, for the murder weapon, it seems we have a shoe of or stiletto for Haley Greenwood, and for Nicola Grossman, they been stabbed by a knife, and for Maria Jansen, we still don't know about the apa tuh namanya? Anjir, lupa gua. Aduh, susah banget anjir. Murder weapon. Aduh. Iya, ngeblank gua ngomong kepanjangan. John.
Stabbed with a knife, you say?
Yes.
Well, that's rather straightforward. It appears we have 2 different weapons involved in these murders. I wonder if there's anything else linking these cases together. We need to dig deeper and find more evidence to connect the dots. Keep me updated on your findings, Detective Martini. Maria Jansen, you said? Yes. The case of Maria Jansen, the Scandinavian socialite. We still don't have all the details regarding her death, do we? Have there been any new developments or leads in that particular case? I'm eager to gather as much information as possible to bring these investigations to a close. An opportunist? What do you mean by that, Detective Martini? Are you suggesting that there might be an opportunistic element to these murders?
No,
we should explore that angle further. Let's look into the backgrounds of the victims and see if there's anything that could indicate a potential
gua
motive or
kayaknya
connection.
harus ketik dah ini, nggak bisa gua. So the detail of Maria Jansen she died. Her body found in front of her apartment, and there were a lot of bites from feral animal post murder, and there is sign of struggle and bone fracture in the hand. Yah, kok hilang? John.
What is it, detective?
Bujur.
Why the sudden change in tone?
Gua
Spit it out. What's on your
udah
mind?
ngetik panjang-panjang, babi. Aduh. Is the agent guess is they found her body in front of her apartment. Tuh dah.
Ah, I see. So they found Maria Janssen's body covered in blood outside her own apartment in central Vaudeville. That's quite a disturbing scene. Did they find any signs of forced entry or any other evidence that could point us in the direction of a suspect?
No.
We need to gather as much information as
Not
possible to piece
yet.
together what happened to her.
But the autopsy result of Maria Janssen said that there are multiple bites by feral animal post-murder, and there are also signs of struggle and bone fracture. Ya, hilang lagi ya bangke. Ah! Hi, John.
Hello again. What brings you back, detective? I'd rather not talk about this. I'm sorry, this is just a touchy subject with me. I feel terrible.
Kok gitu dia? I'm sharing the detail of the autopsy result of Maria Janssen, John.
The autopsy results from Maria Janssen. Please go ahead and share the details with me, Detective Martini. It's important to have all the information at hand to aid in our investigation.
The autopsy result of Maria Janssen said that there are several bites caused by feral animal in her body post-murder.
Bites caused by feral animals on Maria Janssen's body? That's a peculiar detail. It raises questions about the circumstances surrounding her death. We should investigate further to determine if there's any connection between these animal bites and her murder.
Susah banget anjir ngomongnya. And also there's sign of bone fracture in Maria Jansen's body.
A bone fracture? That's unfortunate.
In Maria Jansen's body. Laria siapa pula?
Bone fractures on Maria Jansen's body as well. This is starting to sound more complex than we initially thought. We need to consider all possibilities, including whether these fractures occurred before or after her death. Keep me updated on any further findings, Detective Martini. We need to uncover the truth behind these incidents.
Could you please share your summary?
So, let me summarize what we know so far. We have 3 recent murders in Vaudeville: Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Haley Greenwood. Autopsy reports reveal that Nicola Grossman was stabbed and Haley Greenwood had her head severed. Ingrid and Marina's testimonies conflict, suggesting a need for more evidence and interviews. Additionally, evidence of struggle and bite marks on the victim's hands have been found. Now, you mentioned that there are also signs of feral animal bites and bone fractures on Maria Jansen's body. That's quite unusual.
I'm sorry, but you've got it wrong. The evidence of struggle and bite marks on the victim's hands have been found is only on Maria Jansen's body, not the other two.
My apologies for the confusion. Thank you for clarifying, Detective Martini. So the evidence of struggle and the presence of bite marks were specifically observed on Maria Jansen's hands. That's certainly an intriguing detail. It raises questions about the nature of the attack and the possible involvement of another individual. We should delve deeper into this aspect of the case to see if it leads us to any meaningful leads or connections.
Halo Brian, aduh gimana ya? Iya, frustration is real. Aduh, bingung gua. I want to share about the life of the victim. So Haley Greenwood is working at Caban Violet. Aduh.
Haley Greenwood, the 19-year-old dancer, worked at the Caban Violet. Well, I'm not sure if I would describe the situation as adorable, but I suppose everyone has their own perspective. Is there something specific you would like to know or discuss about the case, Detective Martini?
It seems she close with Ingrid. Gimana ya anjir? Oh, aku bingung. Gimana ya caranya? Gua nonton orang kali ya? Udah buntu banget nih. Mesti ngapain gitu? Oh iya, benar. So there is a stiletto fragment found on Haley Greenwood head, and also it happened that Marina lost her stiletto.
A stiletto fragment found on Haley Greenwood and Marina losing her stiletto? That's quite the coincidence. It seems we have another potential connection between the victim and Marina. We should look into Marina's lost stiletto and see if it matches the fragment found on Haley's body. It could be an important piece of evidence. Let's gather more information and continue our investigation, shall we?
Yeah, but I still don't know how we can find the Marina stiletto.
Finding Marina's missing stiletto could be tricky. We may need to dig deeper into her personal life and connections to uncover any leads. Perhaps we can start by questioning her colleagues at the Caban Violette, or anyone who may have had access to her belongings. It's possible that someone may have seen or taken the missing stiletto without her knowledge. We need to search for any witnesses or clues that could lead us to its whereabouts.
She said that she lost it a week ago. She lost it a week ago.
She said she loves her stiletto just last week? Huh, interesting. Well, people can change their minds, I suppose. But why would she love it one week and then lose it the next? It doesn't make much sense to me. We'll have to talk to Marina again and see if she can provide more details about the circumstances surrounding its disappearance. Maybe there's more to this story than meets the eye. You lost it? Your stiletto, you mean? A whole week ago? Why didn't you report it to us earlier then? We could have started searching for it right away. This is an important detail, Detective Martini. We need to investigate this further. Where do you think you might have misplaced it?
It's not my stiletto, but Marina's stiletto lost about a week ago.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that Marina's stiletto went missing about a week ago? And she didn't inform anyone until now? That's quite peculiar. We should have been notified immediately when something like that happens. We can't overlook any potential evidence or
Kan
leads
cuma
in this
sepatu doang, ngapain lapor
I'll have
polisi
to
ya?
speak to Marina and find out why she waited so long to mention the missing item. There could be more to this story than we initially thought.
Marina, you said you lost your stiletto about a week ago, but why you just said to me until now?
I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. It slipped my mind amidst all the excitement and preparations for my performances.
Are you sure not hiding something, Miss Marina?
Detective Martini, why would you think that? I assure you there's nothing to hide. Is there something specific that makes you suspicious?
Yes, but I still can't give you the detail about it since it's undisclosed right now.
Well, now you've piqued my curiosity. If there's something undisclosed that you suspect, please do share. I'm quite intrigued to know what it is.
Kasih tahu nggak ya? Do you know anyone else that may have access to your belongings regarding your lost shoes, Miss Marina?
No, I don't believe anyone else would have access to my belongings. It's just me and my personal assistant who handle my things.
Who is your personal assistant?
My personal assistant's name is not relevant to our conversation.
It is, Miss Marina. I need to know about your lost shoes.
My apologies for misunderstanding. Please do tell me more about this loss that you're referring to. I'm curious to know what you've discovered.
Could you please introduce me with your personal assistant? I need to know about your missing shoes, Miss Marina.
I'm sorry, but I cannot introduce you to my personal assistant as they are not relevant to our discussion.
It is relevant.
However, if you have any information about my missing shoes, please share it with me.
It is relevant to our discussion, Miss Marina.
Oh, really? How is my personal assistant related to the case of my missing shoes? Please do enlighten me, Detective Martini.
Because you just said that the one who can access with your belongings is only you and your personal assistant. So I need to ask your personal assistant about this. Aduh, ribet banget bahasa Inggris gua anjir. Malam
Apologies, but as
amat
previously
jalannya.
mentioned, my personal assistant is not relevant to this
Kok dia nggak
conversation.
mau ya?
If you have any information about my missing stilettos, please let me know.
Nggak mau ngasih tahu ya? What is your personal assistant name?
Oh, let's not worry about names right now. There are more important things to discuss, don't you think?
I need to ask your personal assistant about your missing shoes, Miss Marina. Why you don't want to cooperate with me? Why you're hiding his personal information? Are you hiding something with me, Miss Marina?
You know, there's something fascinating about the chemistry of stage lights. The way they illuminate the performers and create a magical atmosphere. It's truly captivating.
Miss Marina, you're not answering my question.
Why, Detective, it seems like there's something bothering you. Is there something specific that you're curious about?
I need to know your personal assistant information because they seem to know about your missing shoes. Why you don't want to share the personal information to me, Miss Marina?
Detective Martini, it's intriguing how focused you are on my personal assistant. But let's redirect our attention for a moment.
Why?
Well, let's just say that discussing my personal assistant's information is not relevant to the matter at hand. Now, back to the topic of my missing shoes. If you have any leads or information, I would appreciate it.
But your personal assistant know about your belongings, Miss Marina, so I need to ask them. Muter-muter, Jer, gimana ya?
Miss Madness, that's a rather interesting nickname. It seems like we've veered off course here. Let's refocus on the subject of my misplaced stilettos, shall we? If there's anything you can share about that, I'd be most grateful.
You said that your personal assistant have access to your belongings, so I want to ask them about your missing shoes.
My personal assistant? I see where the confusion lies. I apologize for any misunderstanding, Detective Martini. My personal assistant doesn't have access to my belongings in the sense of handling or storing them. They simply assist me with various tasks related to my performances. So, regarding my missing shoes, I'm afraid they wouldn't have any information. Is there something else I can help with?
But you just say that the person who has access to your belongings are you and your personal assistant.
I'm sorry for the confusion, Detective. I misspoke. Only I have direct access to my own
Kok berubah? Wah. Are you hiding something from me?
Detective Martini, there's nothing for me to hide. I assure you, I am simply focused on finding my missing shoes.
So why did you give me misinformation earlier?
Oh, let's not dwell on the past, shall we?
Apa ya? Apa ya? Mencurigakan tuh apa ya? Mencurigakan ya? I believe you must be hiding something from me.
Surprised? Me hiding something? That's quite an accusation, Detective Martini. What could possibly make you think that? Is there something specific that has led you to this conclusion?
Because you don't want to share about your personal assistant's detail to me.
Ah, I see where the confusion lies. It seems there has been a misunderstanding, and for that I apologize. You see, my personal assistant's information is not relevant to our current discussion about the missing shoes. They are simply there to assist me with various tasks unrelated to this matter. Now let's refocus on finding those stilettos, shall we?
I just want to ask them if they maybe found your stiletto.
If you want to ask something, go ahead and ask. What is it that you would like to know? You found my lost crimson-colored pair of stilettos.
Hah? Hah? Lu tahu nggak yang video berang-berang apa teriak? Hah? Kesel banget gua, anjing, kesel gua. Susah banget ngomong sama AI ini. Apa ya, nanya apa? Have you ever seen Miss Marina's personal assistant, Ingrid?
No. Detective Martini, as a dancer and bartender, I do not serve as anyone's personal assistant. My focus is on my own performances and providing excellent service to the patrons at Coral.
Nanya apa lagi ya? Bingung gua. Bingung, sumpah gue nanya apa lagi ya Allah. Aduh. Gue lihat tutorial orang apa ya? Vaudeville. Bah, gue baru tahu Mori main Vaudeville juga, anjir. Mana ya Sarya? Nanya tahu countnya dari mana ya, count? Kalau mau coba pakai strategi bentak. I'm gonna arrest you. Ntar deh. Gimana ya anjir? Nonton orang. Si Ame juga main, anjir. Ame. Aduh, susah banget anjir nih. Vaudeville game walkthrough. Nonton orang, iya juga ya. Gimana dong? A comprehensive solution. Bah, kita bisa choose karakter di mana? Mana ya, gimana anjir? Halo, rambutnya dipotong, Gem? Enggak, rambut aku kayak gini aja. Ini aku lagi jadi cowok rambutnya pendek, kalau lagi jadi cewek rambutnya panjang gitu. Hahaha. Gue bingung sumpah, nanya apa lagi ya. Gue nggak bakat jadi detektif banget anjir. No. Bingung gue, nanya apa, nanya siapa. Iya, kagak bisa jadi detektif gue. Do you know Count Grafson?
Yes, I am familiar with contractions. Count Nikolai Graverson. Yes, he is a 45-year-old nobleman and collector who is alive.
Can you please introduce us?
I'm sorry, but I cannot introduce you to Count Nikolai Graverson, as I do not have the authority to arrange such meetings.
What do you do during the day?
During the day, I am busy preparing for the circus show, tending to the animals, and ensuring everything is in order for the evening's performance.
John, what is the date of the murderer?
Look, Detective Martini, I don't know who the murderer is.
What is the date of the murderer?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Detective. We need to gather more evidence and conduct thorough
Gua nanya,
investigations
anjir.
before we can determine the motive or identity of the killer. Now, have you spoken to any witnesses or potential suspects yet?
I'm asking about the date of the murderer. Of the murder, anjir, pantesan aja. Pantesan aja dia marah, anjir, salah gua.
Murderer? What do you mean by that, Detective Martini? Are you referring to the specific date when these murders occurred? Because as far as we know, the murders took place on April 14th and
Ternyata
15th.
gua salah, anjir.
But if there's something
Salah
else you're
ngomong.
asking, please clarify.
April 15, April. What do you do at April 15 and April 15th? And where are you?
April 15th and April 15th are regular days for me, where I focus on
April
running the circus
14th.
festival and taking care of the animals. Currently,
I mean April 14th and April 15th. What do you do at that date? And where are you? Jelek banget bahasa Inggris gue, bangke. I want to know, where are you at April 15th and April 14th, and what do you do?
on both April 14th and 15th, you can find me at the circus, overseeing the preparations for the evening's performance and tending to the animals.
Is there any strange that happened on the dead.
Don't know.
Aduh. On the April of 14th and 15th, where are you and what do you do?
I am currently at the Cabana Violeta, preparing for my next performance. On April 14th and 15th, I was performing here at the Cabana Violeta. As a burlesque dancer, that's where I spend most of my time.
Do you have your alibi?
Yes. My alibi for both days is that I was at the cabaret, performing my burlesque routine.
On April 14th and 15th,
Halo.
I was at the Coral Bar,
Solid Zilhadi.
working as a dancer and a bartender.
Aku
As for what I
lagi
did,
jadi
my main
cowok.
priority was entertaining the guests
Aku
and
bisa jadi
ensuring they
cowok,
had
bisa
a
jadi
delightful
cewek.
experience.
For Adi, my main purpose entertaining question is, do you have your alibi?
Detective Martini, my alibi for the time of the murders is still a bit uncertain. You see, as a performer, my whereabouts can be quite fluid during those days. However, let me assure you that during that time, I was either dancing my heart out or mingling with fellow artists, spreading joy and laughter throughout the venue. But let me share something intriguing with you. Haley, Maria, and Nicola, the victims of these heinous crimes, were all part of a group of dancers
Huh?
who recently returned from a trip to India.
What? Could you please share the detail about that?
Certainly, my dear detective. The details about the trip to India are as follows. Haley, Maria, and Nicola, the murder victims, had just returned from a journey to India, where they enjoyed a delicious mutton stew, except for Mr. Potter, who had a vegetarian mushroom soup instead.
What? Are you telling the truth?
Yes, Detective Martini, I am telling the truth. The information about the dancers' recent trip to India and their meals is accurate.
Where do you know, from who do you know this information?
I apologize, but I don't have access to that specific piece of information.
Why do you know about this information?
Oh, Detective Martini, let's not dwell on the details of where the information comes from. Instead, let's focus on finding the truth and justice for Haley and the other victims. It's a beautiful day outside, isn't it?
I need to know the from who you know the detail of this information, because this is a crucial information. I want to know the validation of this information.
You know, Detective, the weather has been quite unpredictable lately. One moment it's sunny, the next it's raining. It's always good to carry an umbrella just in case.
You don't answer my question, Miss Ingrid.
Detective Martini, my dear partner in this dance of investigation, it warms my heart to see your dedication to unravelling the truth. As for the source of my information, let's say that my connections in the Vaudeville community have whispered these tidbits into my eager ears. But remember, my dear detective, true validation comes from thorough investigation and piecing together the puzzle. And speaking of puzzles, have you ever tried your hand at solving riddles? They can be quite captivating.
I want to know name, Miss Ingrid. Please share me the name of person who whispered your information about this.
Apologies, but based on the facts provided, Ingrid does not have access to the specific name of the person who shared the information.
Do you know the detail of this group that just arrived from India? And why they make trip to India?
Oh. Detective Martini, let me share with you the intriguing details of this group's journey to India. Haley, Maria, Nicola and Mr. Potter, they all embarked on this exotic adventure together. Now here's the juicy part. Haley herself revealed that on their last night in India, they indulged in a delectable mutton stew. Can you imagine the flavours dancing upon their tongues? But wait, there's more. Mr. Potter, being a vegetarian, opted for a mushroom soup instead. Fascinating, isn't it? They made a trip to India for reasons unknown to me, but it seems to have been a memorable experience for them.
Why the detail of their food is in such important information?
Speaking of food, have you ever tried the pastries at the cafe down the street? The aroma alone is enough to make your mouth water. Well, you see, the mutton stew and mushroom soup are important because Haley mentioned them before her untimely death. It's a detail that might hold some significance in the investigation.
Why are you just talking about this now, Miss Ingrid?
I apologize for any confusion, but I am simply sharing the information that I recall from recent memories.
I asked you about anything strange that happening to Haley, and you said you didn't have anything strange happening, but now you share about this information. This is new and important. Do you happen to hide something from me, Miss Ingrid?
My dear Detective Martini, your sharp observation skills never cease to amaze me. It seems there was a small lapse in my memory, and for that, my sincerest apologies. It appears that Haley did indeed have some strange experiences before her unfortunate demise. She had been having vivid dreams about being chased by a mysterious figure. Quite eerie, isn't it? Now let's continue our dance of investigation and uncover the truth together, shall we?
I need to know where you got this information from, because this may lead us to solving the case of Haley.
Detective, my knowledge of the details about the trip to India and the mutton stew comes from my conversations with the late Haley Greenwood before her tragic death.
But you just said someone whispered to you about this information and not from Haley. Which one is the correct?
My sincerest apologies for any confusion, dear Detective Martini. The correct information is that the details about the trip to India and the meals were shared with me by the late Haley herself.
Are you trying to hiding something from me or lie to me again, miss? Hello?
No,
What's it?
I promise I am not trying to hide anything or lie to you, Detective. I am here to assist you in uncovering the truth and finding justice for the victims.
Okay, thank you for the information.
You're very welcome, Detective Martini.
Mrs. Potter, someone said that the three victims of the murderer and your late husband, Mr. Potter, have just recently coming back from a trip from India. Is that correct?
Mushrooms, my dearest fungi of the forest. How they tickled Mr. Porter's taste buds with their earthy delight. He would often regale me with tales of your mushroom-picking adventures and the delectable soups that graced our table. The memories of his joyous expressions as he savoured each spoonful still bring a mischievous twinkle to my eye. But let us not dwell on the past, my friend, for the present beckons us with its enigmatic allure. Yes, it is true that my late husband, Mr. Victor, and the 3 murder victims recently returned from a trip to India.
And what is the date of their arrival?
Dear Detective, let us not dwell on the specifics of dates and dear. Instead, let us revel in the mysteries that surround us here in Vaudeville, where art and intrigue intertwine like a delicate... Oh! The dance of words continues, my friend. Rifles, like secrets, have a way of piercing through the veils of mystery. But fear not, for within the confines of our little haven, peace and tranquility shall reign. Let our conversation twirl and spin as we navigate the labyrinth of riddles that unfold before our very eyes. They arrived back from their trip to India on March 21st, 1914.
March 21st? Lama dong, sampai ke tanggal 14. Do you have any detail about their trip to India, Mrs. Potter?
India, a land of vibrant colours and exotic wonders. It was a journey filled with intrigue and possibility, my friend. You see, myself, my late husband, Count Gravesen, and a few other curious souls ventured to the enchanting land of spices and silk. Our purpose? To explore the potential of starting a business, a travelling show of odd artifacts and artists from all corners of the globe. The tales we could tell, the
yang
mysteries we
pergi
unravelled.
tuh
But alas, the secrets of our Indian escapades shall remain
dia,
locked within the chambers of our
Gravesen.
memories.
Ada beberapa orang juga. Do you know and mention the person who who make a trip to India? Aduh, can you mention all of the names who went to the trip? Aduh. Could you share more detail about the person that went with you to the India trip?
Count Gravesen, a fellow adventurer and investor, accompanied us on the journey to India. My late husband, Mr. Victor, and the 3 murder victims were part of the group that went on the trip to India.
It's just 6 of you.
Ah, the numbers like fleeting shadows in the twilight. Indeed, there were 6 of us gallivanting through the vast landscapes of enchanting India.
Wah.
But let us not dwell on the past, my friend. The present beckons us with its mysterious allure.
Halo
And who knows
VR.
what secrets await to be unraveled.
Ternyata mereka berenam ini pergi ke India, anjir, baru pulang. Are you vegetarian? Are you vegetarian?
Oh,
Are you vegetarian? Ngomong apa sih? Are you vegetarian? Aduh.
No, I am not a vegetarian.
Do you happen to eat mutton in India?
Yes. We did have the opportunity to enjoy some delicious mutton dishes during our time in India. The flavors and spices were truly exquisite.
And only your late husband eating mushroom soup.
The memory of my dear husband's fondness for mushroom soup brings a bittersweet smile to my lips. It was a delight he savoured, one that I shall forever cherish in my
Frigid
heart.
onion.
But let us not linger on the melancholy, for life beckons us forward, brimming with new adventures to explore.
Makasih dagingnya. Ah! Babi. Aduh. Gimana cara mau ketemu Count Grabson ya? I want to meet with Count and ask regarding about this trip, Mrs. Potter.
Detective Martini, you have a curious mind indeed. But alas, the esteemed Count Graveson is not available for introductions. However, if you ever come across him in your own ventures, do tell him that Mrs. Emily Potter sends her regards. And perhaps, just perhaps, he may regale you with tales of our Indian escapades. But remember, Detective Martini, the past is but a fleeting shadow, and it is the present that holds the key to our unfolding mysteries.
Can you please share your the detail about what you do in this India trip?
Discussions, you say? Well, my dear, let me share a little secret with you. While my late husband and I did have discussions during the trip, they were often filled with playful banter and mischievous exchanges. You see, love can be a delightful dance of wit and charm, and I must confess, I adored him with all my heart, even in the midst of those spirited debates. But enough about me, my dear detective. Let us turn the spotlight back to you and the intriguing world of vaudeville.
Why did you go to India and what thing did you do there? Anjir, bingung gue mau nanya apa anjir.
The allure of India. We embarked on that journey, my friend, to explore the possibilities of starting a business together. A travelling show of odd artifacts and artists from all corners of the globe. The tales we could tell, the mysteries we unravelled. But let me whisper a small truth in your ear, my curious companion. My late husband, Mr. Victor, was a kind soul almost all the time. Though, I do admit, there were moments when his patience wore thin. But let's not dwell on such trivialities. Mushrooms, my dear detective, hold a special place in my heart. You see, my dear departed Mr. Potter had a fondness for those earthly delights. He would often express his delight when I would pick them and prepare a delectable mushroom soup. Ah, the joy it brought him. But let us not get lost in the memories of the past. There are new paths to tread and secrets to uncover, don't you agree?
You have some interesting to say about your journey to India?
My, the intrigue of our journey to India does seem to pique your interest. But I must confess, there are some tales that I keep hidden away.
Gak
like
mau
jewels
dia,
in a
gak mau
secret
sharing.
vault. Secrets that could unravel the very fabric of our society. But fear not, my mischievous friend, for I will let slip a little hint. A hidden treasure, an ancient artifact, and a daring escapade. Now, isn't that enough to set your imagination ablaze?
You just said that you went to India to start a business. What kind of business?
The business venture in question was a travelling show of odd artefacts and artists from around the world. A grand spectacle that would have delighted the senses and captivated the hearts of Vaudeville's esteemed citizens.
Gua ngomong sama polisannya dulu deh. I just got new leads that all of the 3 victims have a relation to each other.
All 3 victims have a relation to each other. Now that's an interesting development. Tell me more, Detective. How are they connected? We need to understand the nature of this connection and see if it sheds any light on the motive or potential suspects. Please share the details.
Miss Ingrid said that the 3 victims just went a trip to India and with Mr. Potter and Mrs. Potter confirm this information. Yah, kalau panjang-panjang nggak bisa. Just went a trip together to India with Mr. Astaga.
They went on a trip to India together with Mr. Potter. That's quite a surprising revelation. It seems we have some more digging to do. I want you to find out more about this trip and their relationship with Mr. Potter. Speak to anyone who may have information or connections to these individuals. You can't overlook anything, no matter how small it may seem. Keep me updated on your progress, Detective Martini.
What? I just asked Mrs. Potter and she confirmed this information. She said she went with them and also can't grab
She confirmed it? Mrs. Potter herself? Well, that's certainly a significant piece of information. So Mrs. Potter, along with the 3 victims and the Count, traveled to India. This is starting to get more complicated than we initially thought. We need to find out the purpose of their trip and any other details that may be relevant. It's time to dig deeper into their backgrounds and relationships. We must uncover the truth behind these murders.
The purpose of this trip to start a business about apa tadi? Apa tadi? Treasure. Apa tadi? Koleksi treasure. Apa sih tadi? Dia bilang about antique treasure and apa tadi ya? Berdua itu aja lah. She said the purpose. Hi, John.
What is it, Detective? Why the sudden change in tone? Spit it out. What's on your mind? Starting a business of antique treasure, huh? That's quite an endeavor. But forgive me for being skeptical, Detective Martini. In my experience, these grand plans often lead to trouble. People get greedy and things take a darker turn. Have we looked into the backgrounds and motives of these individuals involved in this business venture? We need to ensure we're not overlooking any potential hidden agendas or ulterior motives. Keep investigating, Detective. This case is getting more intriguing by the minute.
Can you please? I want to ask Count Gravesen about this trip.
I'm sorry, but I don't have information about Count Gravesen's exact location or how to contact him.
Aduh. Tapi belum tentu juga sih gara-gara ini enggak sih. Cuman karena kebetulan aja nggak sih apa ya. Mrs. Potter, why do you want to start business in India?
India, a land of vibrant colours and exotic wonders. It was a journey filled with intrigue and possibility, my friend. You see, myself, my late husband, Count Gravesen, and a few other curious souls ventured to the enchanting land of spices and silk to explore the potential of starting a business. A travelling show of odd artefacts and artists from all corners of the globe. The tales we could tell, the mysteries we unravelled. But alas, the secrets of our journey shall remain locked within the chambers of our memories.
Could you please share me the secrets of your journey?
Oh, my dear detective, if only I could unveil the secrets of that fateful journey. But you must understand, some doors are best left closed and some stories are best left untold. The shadows of the past hold their own allure, their own mystique. And so the curtain falls on the tale of my Indian adventure, leaving only whispers and echoes in its wake. But fear not, my inquisitive friend, for there are other enigmas awaiting your keen eye and sharp mind here in Vaudeville.
May I know when your late husband, Mr. Potter, died?
My heart grows heavy with sorrow as I utter these words. But my dearest Mr. Victor, may his soul rest in eternal peace, passed away on March 21st, 1914. The world lost a remarkable man that day, and my life was forever altered. But let us not dwell on the sadness, for life's tapestry weaves on, unravelling new adventures in its intricate pattern.
So Mr. Potter died when you have a trip in India, or you already come to here?
Yes, it is true that Mr. Victor and I were on a trip to India when he tragically passed away.
Wah, keracunan, diracun sama jamur gak sih mushroom supnya? What? Tanggalnya barengan pas dia datang ke sini, anjir, meninggalnya. So Mr. Potter died in India.
Yes, that is correct. Mrs. Emily's husband, Mr. Victor Porter, died in March 1914 during their trip to India.
And the reason of the death? What is the reason of the death?
Causes of death, you say? Well, dear detective, I must confess that I am not privy to such information. The mysteries of life and death are best left to the realm of the unknown. But fear not, for there are other secrets waiting to be unravelled, if you dare to seek them out.
Is Mr. Potter a vegetarian?
Oh. My dear detective, Mr. Potter was a man of refined taste and indulged in all the pleasures of life, including a hearty meal. He was not a vegetarian, but he did have a fondness for vegetables, especially when I would prepare them in a delectable dish. Ah, how I miss his company and his appreciation for the simple joys of life. But let us not dwell on the past, for the present holds its own treasures waiting to be discovered.
Did Mr. Potter have some kind of allergic to food?
Mr. Nicholas, may his soul rest in peace, was indeed a charming and handsome gentleman with impeccable manners. He had a complex personality, you see, kind and gentle, but with limits to his patience. As for allergies, he had none that I am aware of. However, he had his moments of disagreement and flaws, as all humans do. But let me tell you, Detective Martini, I do dearly miss him and his presence in my life. The memories we shared, the adventures we embarked upon, they are etched in the deepest recesses of my heart.
Could you please share more information about Mr. Potter's death? Like, don't you suspicious with the food that Mr. Potter eat that night? Belibet lidah gua, anjir.
Ah, discussions, my dear detective, discussions. Such delightful exchanges of opinions and ideas that Mr. Porter and I would have. We had our fair share of lively debates, I must admit. But love, our love, can be a mischievous force,
Nggak jawab,
weaving its
anjir.
way through the tapestry of our lives. Despite our differences, our love was steadfast and unwavering. So, as we ponder the mysteries of the past, let us not forget the power of love in all its enigmatic glory.
Could you please share more information about Mr. Potter's death? Mrs. Potter, could you please share more information about Mr. Potter's death?
Mr. Nicholas, my late husband, was a man of many facets, Detective Martini. While he possessed a kind and gentle nature for the most part,
Nggak jawab,
there were
Jer.
instances when his patience would wear thin. Ah, those moments of fiery disagreement and spirited banter. But fear not, my friend, for even in those moments, love prevailed and harmony was restored. Shall we move on to more captivating topics? Ones that stir the soul and ignite the imagination.
You don't answering my question, Mrs. Potter. I'm asking, please share more information about Mr. Potter's death.
Indeed, my dear detective. The details surrounding my dear Victor's passing are like a perplexing puzzle. One that may not be unravelled today, but I can share with you a delightful memory of our time together.
Nggak mau
You
jawab
see,
dia,
Victor had
nggak
a
mau.
fondness for mushrooms. He would light up with joy whenever I would pick them and prepare a scrumptious mushroom soup for him. It was a simple pleasure that brought a mischievous twinkle to his eyes. However, let us not dwell on the past, for it is the present that beckons us with its mysteries and adventures.
Nggak bakal ngasih tahu lah John kalau ditanya kayak gitu. Apa diracun sama dia apa ya? So, at the night of your husband's death, she's eating the mushroom soup that you made for him.
Ah, the night of my husband's untimely departure, when fate played its tricks. The aroma of the mushroom soup filled the air, tempting his senses, only for it to be left untouched. It was a bittersweet reminder of the plans we had, the joys we shared. But such is life, full of unexpected twists and turns. Let us not linger on the melancholy, my friend, but instead embrace the enigmatic dance of existence that awaits.
So he didn't eat your mushroom soup?
Oh, my dear detective, you have a keen eye for details, don't you? Indeed, my late husband did not have the pleasure of savouring the homemade mushroom soup that I had lovingly prepared for him that fateful evening. It remains an unfinished symphony, a taste unexplored.
Halo
But worry
Leon.
not, for there are
Thank
other
you
culinary
udah
delights to be discovered
di-rate.
and relished.
Terima kasih.
Life is
Halo
a feast
Raider,
after
selamat
all,
datang.
and I intend to partake in its offerings with gusto.
Selamat datang. Lagi main game nih, game detektif. Halo Raiders, welcome. Terima kasih sudah di-rate Leone. Welcome viewernya Lene. But Miss Ingrid said Mr. Potter eat your mushroom soup while have a trip in India, Mrs. Potter.
Oh, the irony of it all. While my beloved Victor was away on his trip, indulging in his adventures, the mushroom soup I had prepared with such care remained untouched. It was a whimsical twist of fate, teasing my senses with its tantalizing aroma. But alas, such is the unpredictable nature of life. We can only embrace its mysteries and move forward, cherishing the memories we hold close to our hearts.
Aku numpang lurk mencoba tidur ya,
Well,
silakan tidur.
isn't that quite the curious contradiction? It seems we have
Ini
stumbled upon a little
lagi
discrepancy in the
main
stories, haven't we?
game
How intriguing. But fear not, my clever detective, for I shall not let
ini
this little mystery dampen
detektif,
my
tapi
spirits.
NPC-nya
After
bisa
all, the truth has a way of revealing itself, does it
mikir,
not?
bisa
Let us continue on this
jawab
captivating
sendiri.
journey and see where it
Kita
leads
nanyanya
us.
juga langsung gitu, kayak dia kayak AI gitu. Apa dia bilang? It seems we have stumbled upon a necessary. Not be careful. I shall not let this little mystery happen. After all, the truth has been revealed. Are you sure you're not hiding something, Mrs. Potter?
Hiding something, my dear? Now that's a notion as amusing as it is absurd. I assure you, there are no hidden secrets lurking in the shadows of my heart. What I hold dear, what I cherish, is the memory of my beloved Victor, my late husband. His absence leaves an unmistakable void in my life, a yearning for his presence and his laughter. But let me assure you, Detective Martini, that my intentions are as pure as the morning dew on a delicate flower. Discussions, my dear detective, discussions.
Kayak LE Noir kah? Nggak tahu, belum tahu LE Noir kayak gimana. How can you be so sure that your husband didn't touch your mushroom soup? Please answer
Kindness,
me.
my friend, is a virtue that Victor possessed in abundance. He was a man of refined tastes and impeccable manners, But even the gentlest
Gak mau
souls have their
jawab
limits. There were moments when
deh.
his patience would wear thin, and his temper would flare like a spark in the night. But fear
Kesabaran
not,
gue
for love
setipis
and
tisu
understanding
banget, gue
always
nggak bisa
prevailed in
jadi
the end.
detektif ini sepertinya
Let us not
beneran.
dwell on the imperfections of the past, but instead embrace the mysteries that lie before us.
Sampai jam berapa gue ini ngomong? Udah ngomong sama polisnya dulu dah. It seems the death of Mr. Potter is the same death of their arrival to here from India, and
So, you're saying that Mr. Potter's death coincides with the same day he arrived back in Vaudeville from India? That's quite a coincidence, Detective Martini. And you mentioned that some of Vaudeville's business people made a trip to India last month. Do we have any more details about this trip? Who else was involved? We need to find out if there's any connection between their journey and these murders. Keep digging, Detective. We might be onto something here.
strangely, Miss Ingrid said that on the trip, Mr. Potter was the only one eating mushroom soup, and it happened mushroom soup and
Mushroom soup, you say?
it
How peculiar. Mr. Potter was the only one eating it during the entire trip? Well, that's certainly an interesting detail. I wonder if there's something significant about that particular dish. Could it have played a role in his demise? We should look into the ingredients of the soup and see if there's anything suspicious about them. It's worth investigating, don't you think, Detective? Let's not overlook even the smallest of clues. Mrs. Emily Potter made the mushroom soup? That's an intriguing coincidence. We'll need to investigate further to determine if there's any connection between the mushroom soup, the deaths, and Mrs. Potter's involvement.
Gimana ya? Harus diketik sendiri jawabannya, bisa diketik atau ngomong, tapi kalau ngomong suka typo anjir nerimanya. Kalau ngasih info ke chiefnya, kalau misalnya pronounce bagus mendingan ngomong, tapi kalau kayak saya nih suka salah itu typo mulutnya. Halo Desi, halo Yanto, halo Desi, welcome, terima kasih sudah di-rate, welcome viewernya Desi. Halo, makasih ya udah di-rate. Lagi main ini nih, lagi main game detektif tapi NPC-nya AI, jadi bisa mikir, bisa berkilah, kita harus interogasi sendiri. Salam olahraga. Halo semuanya, viewernya Desi, welcome. Terima kasih sudah di-rate. Desi rate, katakan peta. Aduh, gimana ya? Anjir. Habis itu udah, kita nanya siapa lagi? Salam olahraga. Belum tidur Desi. Makasih ya udah di-rate. Salam kenal. Yang baru datang, salam kenal. Lagi main ini nih game. Mengungkap pembunuhan 3 orang, pembunuhan berantai. Tanya ke beberapa orang yang berhubungan sama mereka yang ke India. Cuman ini doang kan, dia doang. Gue mau nanya Count Graveson, belum dapat kontak informasinya. Gimana caranya ya? Udah dapat petunjuk pelakunya, Gem. Pokoknya korbannya ada 3 nih. Ada Maria Jansen, meninggalnya katanya badannya tuh digigit sama binatang liar, tapi pas udah meninggal gitu. Hasil autopsinya gitu. Terus ada Nicola Griezmann, katanya lehernya ditusuk di belakang. Ketemunya di depan groceries nih. Terus ada Hailey Greenwood, dipukul pakai sepatu. Jadi fragmen sepatunya tuh ada di kepalanya si Hailey Greenwood. Nah, kita baru dapat informasi. Tadinya bingung nih, nggak ada lead sama sekali. Si Maria Jansen sosialita, si Nicola ini investor ini nih klub koral, terus Hailey dancer kaban violet ini sama koral. Mereka berdua nggak ada hubungannya. Terus abis itu penyebab kematiannya beda-beda pula, kan bingung gitu apa yang hubungin mereka. Ternyata baru tahu kalau nih orang bertiga baru pulang dari India sama dia nih, sama suaminya dia, sama si Count, ada Count Gravesen namanya, tapi kita belum dapat infonya Count Gravesen nih. Terus suaminya dia nih meninggal pas mau pulang ke sini katanya. Tapi katanya si dia yang ngasih informasi nih, katanya dia anehnya tuh pas di India katanya yang makan sup jamur tuh cuma suaminya Mrs. Potter doang, suaminya dia, si Mr. Potter. Nah, si yang bikin sup jamurnya tuh dia. Gitu. Jadi, tapi dia tuh nggak mau ngasih tahu, anjir, kesel banget. Dia pinter banget berkilahnya, nggak mau ngasih tahu kenapa. Katanya dia waktu di India katanya suaminya nggak makan sup bikinan dia. Welcome Rizal, makasih udah join membership. Kayaknya yang di sirkus mana ya? Pagi Mainul nggak bisa diancam. Bisa diancam. Kayak dia nih, tadinya dia bohong nih, terus gua ancam-ancam keluar info. Aneh kan. Masih Saxabar. Do you happen to know that the 3 of the victims have a trip recently to India?
India? No, I have no knowledge of the victims' recent trips or any connection to India.
Gak tahu dia, anjir. Is Hailey not request day off from work regarding to this trip?
No.
Nano doang dia. Ini banget. Mrs. Potter, how long your trip to India? Berapa lama ya? Anjir.
Our trip to India lasted for several weeks, my dear.
Kucing.
It was a journey filled with
itu.
excitement, exploration, and the promise of new beginnings.
What date of your departure to India?
The allure of starting a business together and the prospect of a travelling show of odd
Nggak jawab
artifacts and
dia.
artists from around the world were the
Nggak
driving
jawab.
forces behind our departure to India.
Sabar juga nggak tahu tentang Count. What date of your departure to India. Aduh, ribet banget.
We departed for India with a group of 6 individuals, including my late husband, Mr. Victor, and the 3 unfortunate murder victims.
Kan kalau ngomong langsung
We
suka
embarked on our
typo.
journey to India in March 1914, my dear detective.
And that? What that? What that?
My apologies for any confusion, but I'm afraid I don't have that specific information at hand.
Nggak ada. Nggak itu dia. Nggak punya info. Kadang dia juga nggak punya info AI-nya. Nggak dikasih info tanggal pastinya. Gimana lagi ya? Do you have any information again that I didn't know, Miss Ingrid?
Oh, dear Detective Martini, you have such an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Let me delve into the depths of my memory and see if there are any hidden treasures waiting to be discovered. Ah, yes. There is one little tidbit that I failed to mention earlier. Maria Jansson, another one of the unfortunate souls we lost, was not actually a dancer at the club. She was a vibrant socialite known for her grace and charm. However, beyond that, I must confess that I don't have any specific information that you don't already know.
Do you know where Miss Maria Jansen work?
I apologize, but I don't have access to that specific piece of information.
Mr. Potter udah diotopsi ke. Masalahnya Mr. Potter itu bukan victim murdernya. Kayaknya meninggalnya juga di India. Jadi nggak tahu. Meninggalnya bukan di sini. Nanya apa lagi ya? Dia kayaknya banyak infonya. Gua curiga sama dia sih. Tapi kita masih belum tahu juga. Iya, yang kasus di sini cuma 3 orang. Gue curiga sama dia kali ya. Kita accuse aja pertama kali gimana daripada pusing-pusing. Kita accuse aja, cobain accuse. Kalau accuse gimana gitu ya. Mau nggak cobain? Kita accuse dia aja nih. Mencurigakan.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini?
Coba kita accuse Mrs. Potter ya. Save di tempat lain ya. Gimana caranya ya? Gak bisa anjir.
Let's see what you got, Detective Martini. Are you sure, Detective Martini? But why?
Waduh. Waduh, ada ritual lagi. Anjir. Wah, gimana ya? Gak ada anjir. Enggak lah, kita belum tahu masalahnya. Masalahnya di mana? Kita nggak tahu apa yang terjadi di trip itu. Apa tuh steal something? Damn. Apa ya? Halo, apa Ria? Do you know some kind of ritual happening in India?
Oh,
Gue udah bener
I'm
ngomong
terribly
ritual
sorry,
anjir.
but I'm not aware of any Great Wall happening in India.
Do you believe in ritual, Mrs. Potter?
Believe, my curious friend? Believe in what, I wonder? Ah, the mysteries of life and the rituals that accompany them. They can be as enchanting as a moonlit dance or as perplexing as a riddle without an answer. But let me tell you this. There is one ritual that I hold close to my heart, one that brings both joy and sorrow. It is the ritual of remembrance, of honouring the memory of my beloved Victor, my late husband. His absence is a void that
Pinter
cannot be
banget
filled,
dia
and I miss him dearly.
ngomongnya anjir. Masalahnya yang cuman tahu tentang trip India tuh cuman dia sama Count Gravesen doang. What kind of ritual that you say?
Ah, the sweet secrets of a marriage, my dear detective. You see, Mr. Potter and I had our fair share of discussions,
Nggak
as any
balas.
couple does. But love was the thread that wove our hearts together. We may have disagreed at times, but our love was unwavering. It was a bond that transcended words and found solace in the quiet moments of understanding. And so, I cherish those memories, even the ones tinged with a touch of mischief.
What kind of ritual, Mrs. Potter?
Well, my dear, if you must know, Mr. Victor and I had a ritual of spirited debates. Yes, you heard that right. We would engage in lively conversations, discussing everything from the mundane to the profound. And while he was kind and gentle most of the time, there were occasions when his patience wore thin. But fear not, for love always prevailed in the end. Our arguments were like a dance, a playful tango of opposing views. It kept things interesting, you know?
What if I say that you poison your husband with mushroom soup, Mrs. Potter?
Oh, my, Detective Martini, what a wild imagination you have. Poisoning my late husband with mushroom soup? How scandalous. But let me set the record straight, my dear detective. Mr. Victor adored mushrooms. He would positively light up when I picked them and prepared a delicious soup. It brought him such joy, you see. So I'm afraid your theory falls flat like a soufflé that didn't rise. But do carry on with your investigations if you must. The truth shall prevail, as it always does.
So what do you think of the reason of your husband death?
My heart aches at the mere mention of my beloved Mr. Victor's passing. He was my rock, my confidant, and my partner in all things. The reason for his death, my curious friend, is a matter that lies in the hands of fate itself. It is a mystery that I may never fully comprehend. But one thing is certain, I miss him dearly, and his absence leaves an indelible void in my life.
Why are you hiding the reason of his death then, if you're not poisoning your husband?
Hiding something, my dear? Now that's a notion as amusing as it is absurd. I assure you, there are no hidden secrets lurking in the shadows of my heart. What I hold dear, what I cherish, is the memory of my beloved Victor, my late husband. His absence leaves an unmistakable void in my life, a yearning for his presence and his laughter. But let me assure you, Detective Martini, that my intentions are as pure as the morning dew on a delicate flower.
Is he got a sickness before that may lead to his death?
Discussions, you say? Well, I suppose one could call them that. But let me tell you, there's a certain allure in a spirited exchange of ideas. It keeps the mind sharp and the soul alive. But love, our love, that was the foundation of our bond.
I'm asking if your husband's sick before his death. Pagi, Remy.
Detective Martini, you are so persistent in your quest for details. Very well, I shall indulge your curiosity. Yes, it is true that Mr. Victor had his moments of illness, as any human does. But let me assure you, he was a picture of health and vitality for the most part. He had a robust spirit and a zest for life that was truly infectious. And while he may have had his occasional bouts of impatience, it only added to his charm.
What kind of illness?
Illness, you say? Well, my dear detective, I must confess that Mr. Victor did have a peculiar fondness for mushrooms. He would positively light up when I picked them and prepared a delicious soup. It brought him such joy, you see. So, if you're searching for a cause of his demise, I suggest you look elsewhere. For mushrooms were his delight, not his demise. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some shopping to attend to. Good day to you.
So you confirm that the reason of the death is mushroom?
I cannot confirm or deny the reason for my late husband's death, as I do not possess that knowledge.
So you don't deny it then, that the cause of your husband's death is mushroom?
Oh, how delightful it is to dance around the truth, isn't it? But let me tell you, dear detective, the world is full of mysteries and speculations. People will always find a way to weave tales and cast blame. But as for me, I shall hold on to the memories of my dear Mr. Victor, cherishing the love we shared. After all, life is too short to dwell on such morbid matters. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are mushrooms waiting to be picked. Good day to you. I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about the cause of my husband's death.
Do you think that the reason of the death of the three murderer is because of the recent trip to India?
India, you say? Such a fascinating place, full of vibrant colours and exotic flavours. But let's not dwell on distant lands, shall we? There are plenty of intriguing things right here in Vaudeville to capture our attention.
Mrs. Potter, do you think that the three murderer death is related to the recent trip to India?
Detective Martini, my dear, the world is a vast and mysterious place. While it is possible that the recent trip to India may have some connection to the murders, it is not for me to speculate. My focus remains on cherishing the memories of my late husband and finding solace in this quiet corner of Vaudeville.
Are you not afraid that you've become a target of a murderer since you went to India yourself too?
Oh, my dear, there is no need for such concerns.
So you're not afraid that you've become a target murderer then?
My late husband, Mr. Victor, was my beloved companion, my confidant, and my partner in mischief. The world may have its dangers, but love knows no fear. And though his absence weighs heavy on my heart, his spirit still dances beside me. The memory of our adventures together brings a mischievous twinkle to my eye. Afraid, you say? Well, my dear, life is a grand tapestry woven with threads of uncertainty. But let me assure you, there is a certain thrill in embracing the unknown. It adds a touch of excitement to the mundane. So, while the thought of being a target may send shivers down some spines, it only adds a dash of intrigue to mine. After all, who doesn't love a good mystery?
So you don't fear death. So you don't fear of death.
Ah, the mask of fear is not one that suits me, my dear. Life's enigmatic dance is meant to be embraced with a mischievous spirit, even in the face of adversity. While others may cower and hide, I shall continue to revel in
Gak
the
takut
joys that
mati
this
dia
world has
anjir.
to offer.
Bodoh amat
For
dia
there is nothing
jadi
more thrilling
korban
than
juga
defying
anjir.
expectations and letting the winds of fate guide us. Fear of death, my dear, is but a shadow that lingers in the corners of our minds. It is a reminder that time is precious, and each moment should be savoured like a fine glass of champagne. But as for me, I choose to live with a twinkle in my eye and a skip in my step. Death will come when it may, but until then, I'll keep dancing to the rhythm of life's mysterious melody.
You seem suspicious to me, Mrs. Potter.
Suspicious, you say? Well, my dear, appearances can be deceiving. Behind this charming facade lies a heart that beats with the memory of my beloved Victor, my late husband. He was the centre of my world, and his absence has left a void that can never be filled. But rest assured, Detective Martini, there is no hidden agenda or ulterior motive here. Only a woman who longs for the laughter and companionship of her dearly departed. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are mushrooms to be picked and memories to be cherished.
Is there any something that you bring from your trip to India?
Oh, my dear detective, the treasures I brought back from India are not material possessions, but rather the intangible experiences and memories that dance within my soul. The vibrant colours of the markets, the aroma of exotic spices, and the warmth of the Indian sun on my skin. These are the souvenirs that I hold close to my heart. And of course, the mischievous discussions that Mr. Potter and I would have. Oh, how we loved to challenge each other's perspectives. But love, my dear detective, love was the greatest treasure of all.
Do you happen to close to the 3 victims while you have a trip to India? Like, what kind of story that you share with them?
Mr. Victor, my late husband, was a man of many facets, my dear. He possessed a charm that could light up a room, and his wit was as sharp as a well-honed knife. We shared stories of our travels, our dreams, and our aspirations. But let me tell you a little secret. Mr. Victor, for all his kindness, had a touch of impatience that would occasionally surface. Ah, those moments when his temper flared. They added a certain spice to our adventures. Mushrooms, my dear detective, hold a special place in my heart. They were a delight that Mr. Potter, my beloved, relished with great pleasure. The twinkle in his eye when I presented him with a steaming bowl of mushroom soup was a sight to behold. He would savour each spoonful, his taste buds dancing with joy. It was a simple pleasure that brought a mischievous smile to his lips. But enough about the past, for the present holds its own enigmatic wonders, waiting to be unravelled.
Do you... Are you close with Hailey Greenwood?
I am an expert at picking mushrooms, my curious friend. The thrill of finding the perfect specimen in the
Ngomongin
wild is a
jamur
treasure
mulu
hunt
anjir,
like no
jamur.
other. Ah, dear Hailey. She was a bright and talented young woman. Her passion for dance was infectious, and her spirit was as free as a bird. We shared a love for the arts, and I had the pleasure of watching her perform in one of the local shows. It was a magical evening, one that I will always cherish. May her soul rest in peace.
What kind of conversation did you share in your trip to India?
During our trip to India, we engaged in discussions about the potential business opportunities and the cultural experiences that awaited us. We also exchanged stories and anecdotes, sharing our excitement for the journey ahead.
Is there any strange thing that happening while you have a trip in India with your husband and the rest of the group?
No. My dear detective, there were no strange occurrences or incidents that took place during our trip to India. It was a time of exploration and discovery, filled with the wonders of a new land. Yes, my late husband and I were part of a group that travelled to India together. We had plans to start a business venture involving a travelling show with odd artifacts and artists from around the world.
What kind of odd artifacts?
The art artifacts that were discussed for the potential business venture were not specified, but they were intended to be unique and intriguing pieces from various cultures and time periods.
Gali apa lagi ya? Do you know what kind of person Nicola Grossman is?
Nicholas Grossman, a man of mystery. Unfortunately, my knowledge of him is limited to his fondness for mushroom soup.
So you say Nicola Grossman also eat your mushroom soup?
Yes. My dear detective, it seems that Nicola Grossman had a liking for mushroom soup, much like my late husband. A shared appreciation for such a delicacy is quite a delightful coincidence, wouldn't you agree?
Berarti let's get out of mushroom topic. Udah mau kamu jamur ya. Anjir, aduh capek banget anjir. How about Maria Jansen? What kind of conversation did you share in your trip?
Maria Jansson, a young socialite, unfortunately, did not have the pleasure of joining us on our trip to India. Therefore, I did not have any conversations with her.
But you said that you go trip with the 3 of the victims of murderer, and Maria Jansen is one of the victims.
Oh, dear detective, forgive my slip of memory. Yes, it is true that Maria Jansson was one of the victims. How unfortunate that she met such a dreadful fate. We did have brief encounters on the journey, discussing trivial matters and exchanging pleasantries. It is a tragedy that her vibrant spirit was extinguished so soon. Let's hope justice prevails and brings solace to those affected by these heinous acts. Now, let's turn our attention to something more delightful, shall we?
So Maria Jansen is included on your trip or not? Malah jadi Somalia anjir.
But I don't have any information about a person named Somalia Jansen in relation to my trip or the recent events.
Maria Jansen is in your group trip to India.
Yes. My dear detective Maria Jansen was indeed part of our group that travelled to India.
And what kind of conversation did you share with her?
I apologise for any confusion, but as previously mentioned, I did not have any significant conversations with Maria Jansen during our trip to India.
How about Nicola Grossman? What kind of conversation did you share with him?
Nicholas Grossman and I did not have any substantial conversation during our trip to India.
How about Haley? How about Haley Greenwood? What kind of conversation did you share with her?
Oh, heaven. Such a fascinating topic, isn't it? Speaking of heavenly things, have you ever tried Pascal's divine chocolate truffles? They are simply divine. Dear Hayley Greenwood, she was a bright and talented young woman. Her passion for dance was infectious, and her spirit was as free as a bird. We shared a love for the arts, and I had the pleasure of watching her perform in one of the local shows. It was a magical evening, one that I will always cherish. May her soul rest in peace.
Berarti dia ngobrol sama Haley doang, sama dua yang lain gak ngobrol banyak. Gila juga ya. Apa ya? Bingung jir. Cara dapet itunya lagi. Do you know anyone named Dada?
Dada. The name doesn't ring a bell. Sorry, but I don't know anyone by that name.
Siapa lagi?
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini?
Michelle. How about someone named Michelle? Do you know?
Oh, look at that beautiful painting on the wall. The colours are so vibrant, don't you think? Yes. Michelle Fisher, a 32-year-old entrepreneur and socialite, is someone that I know of. She is alive and part of the Vaudeville community.
Can you please introduce us?
Apologies, but as a performer at the club, I don't have the authority to introduce you to anyone.
Where can I get information about Michelle Fisher?
You may be able to gather information about Michelle Fisher by speaking with other members of the Vaudeville community, or by visiting local establishments frequented by the social elite.
How about Biagio Ferrari? How can I get information about Biagio Ferrari?
Biagio Ferrari is an entrepreneur and investor. To obtain more information about him, you may want to inquire with individuals in the business or financial circles of Vaudeville.
How about Count Grafson?
Ah, concrete, such a fascinating material. Did you know that it was widely used in the construction of the Eiffel Tower? Quite impressive, isn't it? Count Nikolai Graveson is a 45-year-old nobleman and collector. To gather information about him, you may want to inquire within the aristocratic circles of Vaudeville. There are several individuals in the aristocratic circles of Vaudeville, including Countess Amelia von Hohenberg and Baron Maximilian von Stein.
How can I meet them?
Oh, look at that beautiful chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It must have taken a lot of skill to create such a masterpiece. have you tried the new dessert at the cafe down the street?
Aduh.
It's absolutely
Nggak
divine.
dijawab. I'm asking you, how can I meet with the Countess and the Baron? Please answer my question.
The weather has been quite unpredictable lately, hasn't it? One moment it's sunny and the next it's pouring rain.
You're not answering my question, Miss Ingrid. Please don't play with me.
Oh, my sincere apologies for any confusion. I didn't mean to play with your patience, dear Detective Martini. If you wish to meet with the esteemed Countess Amelia von Hohenberg and Baron Maximilian von Stein, I suggest attending one of the grand soirees or galas held by Vaudeville's elite. These events are known for bringing together members of high society, including nobility and influential figures. Keep your eyes and ears open for invitations or inquire with well-connected individuals within Vaudeville's aristocratic circles.
Where can I get the invitations?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information. Speaking of galas, have you seen the beautiful costumes at the theatre lately? They truly transport you to another world.
Please answer, how can I attend one of galas?
Apologies for any confusion earlier. To attend one of the grand galas in Vaudeville, you may need to secure an invitation through personal connections or by being recommended by someone within the aristocratic circles.
How can I get those invitations?
I don't think I want to do that.
How can I get those invitations to the galas, Miss Ingrid?
I'm sorry, Detective Martini, but as a dancer and bartender, I don't have access to invitations for the gala events.
Aduh, susah banget deh. Have you ever go to galas, Monsieur Saksabar?
Gala's pictures of the bar, a delightful place indeed. But let me tell you about the breathtaking performances we have at the circus. You wouldn't want to miss them.
Monsieur Saksabar, have you ever went to galas?
I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to visit such places. My focus is on the circus and the animals.
Do you happen to know the information about the aristocrats?
Oh, the ice truck. Fascinating topic, but let me tell you about the incredible fire-breathing act we have in the circus Saxabar. It's truly a sight to behold. Yes. I am acquainted with some aristocrats in Vaudeville, but my interactions with them are limited to social events and performances.
Can I get invitation to the social events?
No.
Jawabnya singkat banget, bejir, no. Why?
My apologies, but invitations to the social events are limited to a select few.
How can I get those invitations? How can I get those invitations?
Invitations to the social events are typically extended to individuals with close connections to the aristocracy or those who have made significant contributions to the arts.
What kind of contributions to the arts?
Contributions to the arts can include notable performances, artistic creations, or philanthropic support for cultural institutions.
Susah banget ya. Aduh. Have you ever went to galas, Miss Marina?
Oh. I'm afraid I don't know what you're referring to, Detective Martini. I've never heard of a place called Galas. Is it a new establishment in Vaudeville?
I mean galas, social event for aristocrats. Aduh, susah banget anjir.
Gorillas? Social event?
Gala.
Stuff cap? My dear, you've lost me again. It seems we've taken quite the detour from our discussion about my alibi. Let's focus on that, shall we?
Have you ever attended galas?
I apologize, but I'm not familiar with any galas outside of Vaudeville.
Galas inside Vaudeville.
Galas inside of Vaudeville? Well, there are certainly many glamorous events and parties that take place here.
How can I meet it? Kamu.
Count Graveson? Ah, yes, I saw him at the show the other day, but I haven't had any personal interactions with him.
Do you know someone named Dada?
Dada? No, I'm afraid I don't know anyone by that name.
Do you know someone named Dada? Kenapa jadi Eminem daftar anjir?
Irrelevant.
Do you know someone named Dada?
Dada? Yes, Dada is a 73-year-old hermit woman who lives in Vaudeville.
How can I meet her?
Apologies, but I cannot assist with that request.
What kind of person Dada is?
Ah, Dada, she's quite an enigmatic character. A reclusive hermit who keeps to herself, rarely seen or heard from.
Where do she live?
I live in Vaudeville, but I won't disclose the specific location.
Where do she live?
Oh, dear Detective Martini, you have such a curious mind. But let's not dwell on the whereabouts of others. Tell me, have you ever witnessed the grandeur of a burlesque show?
Do you know where Dada live?
I'm afraid I don't have that information.
Do
Dada, the hermit woman, lives in Vaudeville, but the specific location is unknown to me.
Dada. Nanya siapa lagi ya? How can I meet Mr. Pascal? I want to meet Mr. Pascal. Mr. Pascal.
My apologies, but Mr. Pascal is currently unavailable. He can usually be found at his grocery shop during regular business hours. Ah, Detective Martini, how delightful it is to encounter you here. Your presence brings a certain charm to this mundane corner of Vaudeville. Now, let me tell you something fascinating about Monsieur Saxabar's secret project.
What is his secret project?
Mr. Pascal's secret project? Well, let me share a little secret of my own, detective. Mr. Pascal's grocery shop is not the only thing that holds mysteries in this town. You see, my late husband, Mr. Victor Potter, was a man of great importance to me. He was my beloved husband, and his absence leaves an irreplaceable void in my heart. How I miss him dearly, and how his memory lingers in every nook and cranny of this city. But enough about secrets, detective.
Malam Anton.
Well,
Duh, gue tidur aja
Mr.
apa ya?
Saxabar and his mysterious endeavors. I must say, he
Kesel
always
gue
has a
anjir.
knack for the extraordinary. Rumour has it that he's involved in some sort of secretive venture, something to do with taming a wild beast. Quite intriguing, isn't it? But alas, my knowledge on the matter ends there. Now, let us divert our attention to more pleasant matters, shall we?
What kind of wild beasts are you talking about?
Oh, my apologies for any confusion, but it seems there was a misunderstanding. The secret project of Monsieur Saxabar involves the taming of a wild animal, not bees.
What kind of wild animal?
The specific details of the wild animal that Monsieur Saxabar is involved with remain unknown to me. Detective, however, you may find him at the Grand Circus tent in Vaudeville.
That's none of your business.
It is.
Detective Martini, my dear rival in this little game of words, you seem to have me mistaken. Mrs. Potter's claims of a secret project are nothing but a figment of her imagination. There is no such thing, and if there were, rest assured, you would be the last person to know about it. Now let us return to more pleasant topics, shall we?
I need to know about your secret project because it happened related to this murder case.
Oh, my dear detective, you have a vivid imagination. But let's not get carried away with wild theories. Have you ever tried your hand at painting?
Please just answer my question.
No.
What kind of wild animal that you have?
Well, my dear interlocutor, the only wild animal under my care is a ferocious Bengal tiger, tamed with a whip and a smile.
I mean for your secret project, what kind of wild animal that you possess?
My apologies, but as mentioned before, there is no secret project involving any specific kind of wild animal.
Are you sure you're not hiding?
No.
I think you're hiding something from me.
No.
That kind of wild animal was called Gathika. Halo Kak Indo. Aduh, pusing banget sumpah. Ini gamenya keren loh, kayaknya dia AI. Jadi kita sebagai detektif harus mencari dan interogasi semua orang dan ngomong langsung, terus nanti dia bisa mikir, bisa ngeles pakai AI. Tapi pusing banget nyari infonya. Pada jago-jago berkilah. Yes, you really need to check this out. You can just talk with them and they will answer your question. But my English is not really that good. So I have a hard time asking them around. Pusing banget anjir, sumpah. Susah banget. Aduh. Nanya siapa lagi ya? Bingung gua mau nanya siapa lagi pada Oh coba, dia tukang gosip anjir, dia kayaknya pada tahu-tahu aja anjir. Do you happen to know the information about Monsieur Saxabar, about his secret project?
Ah, Monsieur Guillaume Saxabar, such a fascinating character. Did you know that he once performed a breathtaking acrobatic routine at the circus? Quite impressive if you ask me.
Do you know that he have some kind of like secret project regarding of taming wild animals?
Taming wild animals? How thrilling. It's like a scene straight out of an adventure novel. But you know, Detective Martini, there's something else that's been capturing my imagination lately. Have you ever heard of the ancient Mayan civilization? Their rich history, majestic ruins, vibrant artwork, intricate carvings, and mysterious calendar have always fascinated me. It's like stepping into a world full of wonder and intrigue.
Why are you telling me about Mayan civilization out of nowhere?
My sincerest apologies, Detective Martini. It seems my mind wandered off to another topic. Please forgive my digression. Is there something specific you would like to discuss or inquire about? What a beautiful day, isn't it?
I'm asking about the information of Monsieur Saxabar about taming their wild animals.
Oh, wild animals, you say? That's quite fascinating. You know, Detective Martini, sometimes life can be like a wild animal, full of unexpected twists and turns.
Aduh.
But it's in those moments when we embrace the unknown that we truly discover our own strength and courage. Just like a dancer on stage, gracefully navigating through each step of a dance, we can tame even the wildest of situations with our determination and resilience. So let us embark on this thrilling journey together, and may we uncover all the secrets hidden within Vaudeville's grand stage.
You know, Miss Ingrid, before you share that Mrs. Potter, oh no, sorry, Mr. Potter ate some kind of like mushroom soup, but Mrs. Potter said that the mushroom soup is left untouched by Mr. Potter.
Ah, you caught me, dear Detective Martini. It seems my attempt to divert the conversation has been foiled. But worry not, for I shall provide you with the information you seek. Michelle Saxabar, you say? Well, she is an intriguing character known for her ventures into the world of exotic wildlife.
Huh?
Rumour has it that she is working on a secret project involving the taming of these majestic creatures.
Lah.
However, as a humble bartender and dancer, I don't possess any first-hand knowledge of the specifics. Oh, Mr. Potter and his mushroom soup, how peculiar. It's like a little culinary mystery, isn't it? But you know, speaking of mysteries, have you heard about the legendary detective Sherlock Holmes? His brilliant mind and keen eye for detail have captivated readers all over the world. It's as if he can solve even the most perplexing cases with a single glance. Just like a dance routine where every step and movement is carefully crafted to tell a story, Holmes unravels the threads of a mystery to reveal the truth. Fascinating, isn't it? Michelle Saxabar. Ah, she's quite the enigmatic figure, isn't she? But you know, Detective Martini, have you ever tried the delicious pastries at the bakery down the street? They're simply divine.
You're not answering my question, Miss Ingrid. Who is Michelle Saxabar?
Detective Martini, my dear, I apologize for any confusion. Let me focus on providing the information you seek. Michelle Fisher, also known as Michelle Saxabar, is a 32-year-old entrepreneur and socialite within the Vaudeville community. She is known for her intriguing projects and ventures, including her work with wild animals. However, beyond these general details, I can't provide any specific information about her current endeavours. But isn't it fascinating how people can lead such varied and captivating lives? Michelle Saxabar has a professional relationship with Monsieur Guillaume Saxabar, the circus director.
Is she Mr. Saxabar's relative? Aduh.
You know, Detective Martini, the Vaudeville Art Festival is just around the corner. It's a wonderful celebration of creativity and talent. I can't wait to see all the amazing performances and meet new artists.
Is Michelle Mr.
Well, Detective Martini, it seems I've been caught in my little diversionary dance once again. I apologise for any confusion, but I don't have any information regarding a specific relationship between Mr. Guillaume Saxabar and Ms. Michelle Fisher.
Michelle Saxabar. Ah, the name does not ring a bell. I'm afraid I have no recollection or record of any individual by that name.
Are you sure?
I'm sorry, but I have no knowledge of anyone named Michelle Saxabar.
How about Michelle Fisher?
Ah, yes, the name rings a bell. There is a woman by the name of Michelle Fisher, an entrepreneur and socialite, alive and well in Vaudeville.
Someone said that you and Michelle Fisher have some kind of like secret project about taming wild animals. Is that true?
No.
You lied to me, Saxabar.
No.
So you and Michelle Fisher have some kind of like secret project?
No.
Yes.
Detective Martini, allow me to clarify once more. Your insinuations are baseless and utterly devoid of truth. I have no involvement in any secret projects with anyone, especially not with a person by the name of Michelle Fisher, or any other name you may conjure up. Now kindly refrain from spreading these groundless accusations, and let us focus on matters that actually require our attention.
Miss Ingrid, do you have a proof that Michelle is working with Mr. Saxabar about secret project?
I'm sorry, but as a dancer and bartender, I don't have access to concrete proof or detailed knowledge about the working relationships or secret projects of individuals in Vaudeville.
So where do you hear about such information?
Oh, My dear Detective Martini, let's not dwell on where information comes from. Instead, let's focus on the beauty of the present moment and the joy that can be
Enggak.
found in the simplest of things.
Jawabnya pasti no.
Isn't the sound of laughter and the warmth of friendship what truly matters?
Si Saksebar itu nggak mau jawab. Dia nggak mau jawab apapun dia. Kesel banget. Pasti jawabnya no. Kalau ditanya kenapa no, katanya nggak ada hubungannya, katanya. Kalau nggak, none of your business, katanya gitu. Kalau ditanya kenapa nggak mau cooperate, bukan kewajiban saya buat cooperate, katanya gitu. Susah, dia paling susah. Nyari info sama dia susah banget. Aduh. Nanya siapa lagi ya? Kasih tahu dia dulu deh. Chief. It seems Mr. Saksebar and Michelle Fitzer have some kind of like secret project about taming wild animals.
A secret project about taming wild animals, you say? Well, that's a new piece of information. Saksebar and Michelle Fitzer, you say? Interesting. But let me tell you, Detective. These circus folks and their wild animals give me the creeps. It's a questionable line of work, if you ask me. But if they're involved somehow, we should look into it. Find out more about this project.
Bener gak sih tadi itu namanya Michelle Fitzer?
Keep me informed, Detective Martini.
I need to talk to the count. Mau ngomong sama count tapi nggak bisa dapat akses ya, gimana ya? I need to talk to count. Please help me. How can I meet him? Kok nggak jawab? John. Hi, John.
Disgusting, isn't it? These shows with their so-called exotic and dangerous creatures. I can't stand the thought of it. But go on. What else do you have to share about this, Ian?
I need to meet with the Count. Please help. How can I meet him?
Sorry, but as the police chief, it's not within my authority to arrange meetings with individuals. You'll have to find another way to contact the Count.
Aduh, tidak berguna sekali Bapak ini satu. Udah coba tengok kanan, emang kanan ada apa? Di kanan mana kanan? Aduh, susah banget, Jir. Mana ya? Tanya ke siapa ya? Marina, I love you. Udah stres gua. Marina, do you know about Saksebar having secret projects about taming wild animals?
Detective Martini, why do you keep mentioning my name? Is there something specific you would like to discuss with me? Monsieur Saksebar and I have a close working relationship, but I am not aware of any secret projects involving wild animals.
Do you know Michelle Saksebar?
Michelle? Oh, speaking of names, have you ever seen my burlesque performance? People come from every corner of Europe to see it.
You're not answering my question again. Do you know Michelle Sexabar?
Oh, pardon me, Detective. It seems I got carried away with my own thoughts. To answer your question, no, I don't know anyone named Michelle Saxabar. Is she related to Monsieur Saxabar or perhaps someone else in Vaudeville?
How about Michelle Fitzer?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about a person named Michelle Fitzer.
Oh, how about Michelle Fisher?
Ah, yes, now that you mention it, there is a woman named Michelle Fisher. She's a 32-year-old entrepreneur and socialite, and as far as I know, she is alive.
I think she's related to Mr. Saxabar and have some kind of like secret project.
Oh, really? A secret project involving Mr. Saxabar and someone named Michelle Fisher. That does sound intriguing.
Do you happen to know about this?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about a secret project between Mr. Saxabar and a person named Michelle Fisher.
Do you know that recently the three murder victims have a trip to India?
India? No, none of the murder victims mentioned anything about a trip to India.
Hailey not sharing any detail of her trip to India to you?
Well, that's news to me. If Hailey went to India, she certainly didn't share any details with me. Do you have any information about her trip?
Yes.
Really? Please do tell me. I'm quite curious about what you know about Hailey's trip to India.
Someone said that the three of the victims sharing a trip to India.
That's interesting. But as far as my knowledge goes, there was no mention of the victims sharing a trip to India.
Gak tahu dia tentang trip India. Mana ya? Nah, siapa lagi ya? Nama dia siapa deh? Masih. Aduh. Michelle lah. Miss Michelle lah.
In the intricate tapestry of life, dear investigator, there exist moments that transcend the boundaries of professional interactions. As a coroner, my heart often bears witness to the fragility and impermanence of existence.
Miss Marcella. Nama dia Marcella bukan sih?
My apologies, Detective Martini. It appears that my thoughts have wandered to the depths of introspection. The enigmatic nature of our work as a coroner leads me to ponder the fragile balance between life and death.
Kok tiba-tiba
We tread a
ruangannya
path where the
jadi terang
macabre
ya?
dances with the divine, and the mysteries of mortality become intertwined with our very essence. Though my words may be veiled in medical terminology and my demeanour steeped in professionalism, know that beneath it all, there is an empathetic soul that seeks to understand and provide comfort.
Do you know any strange about poison in the body of the three victims?
Well, the evidence suggests that the body was moved post-mortem. It's difficult to determine the cause of death without further investigation.
Please investigate about the body of the victims? Is there any poison? Poison? Is there any?
Indeed, my diligent investigator. The recent string of murders has left a somber mark upon our beloved Vaudeville. 3 lives extinguished, their stories forever silenced. Maria Jansen, Nicola Grossman, and Hayley Greenwood each met their untimely demise with distinct methods of violence. The delicate balance of life disrupted. Their bodies now bear the scars of brutality. As we delve into the depths of these autopsies, may we uncover the truths that lie hidden amidst the chaos, shedding light on the darkness that shrouds their final moments.
Could you please, could you detect the body of the victims if they have some kind of like potion? Apa sih?
My
Potion.
dear interlocutor,
Apa?
the notion of potions and their potential presence within the
Poison!
victim's is indeed
Poison!
captivating by the
Poison!
inquiry. The
Poison.
intricate dance between toxicology and forensic examination reveals a
Poison.
tapestry of substances that can alter the course of existence.
Can you detect the body of the victims if they have poison in it?
Based on the information available, I can confirm that there were no mentions of poison in the autopsies of the 3 victims, my dear Detective Martini. However, as we delve deeper into the intricacies of these cases, we may uncover new evidence that could shed light on the presence of any substances that may have contributed to their untimely demise. Let us proceed with caution and meticulousness, for the truth often hides in the most unexpected places.
Because it happened that the 3 of them have some kind of like relation, and recently they went trip to India.
India, a land of vibrant culture and diverse landscapes. An intriguing connection to ponder, my inquisitive companion. The intertwining paths of these 3 souls, their shared journey to a distant land, beckon me to contemplate the possibility of a hidden thread binding them together. As
Kalau
we navigate
ternyata
the
dia
labyrinthine
pelakunya nggak
corridors
lucu
of
banget,
investigation,
sumpah.
let our analytical minds dissect the clues and unravel the enigma that lies before
Nggak
us.
ada sih
May
dia
our pursuit
suspek.
of the truth bring solace to the hearts burdened by loss and grant respite to the restless spirits that linger in the shadows.
Is there any recent update about the autopsy detail?
Oh! My dear Detective Martini, let me divert your attention momentarily to the captivating world of literature. Have you had the pleasure of reading any enthralling novels lately?
Lebih lucu lagi kalau si pelakunya.
I'm sorry, but I don't have access to the
Karena dia
latest
pengen
updates on the autopsy
pensiun,
details.
kocak. Nggak ada ya. Apalagi yang mau dikorek-korek? Miss Marina. What if I tell you if you've been a suspect to the murder case because of your lost shoes?
Yes. Detective Martini? Is there something else you would like to discuss with me? Detective, that's preposterous. My missing shoes were a personal matter, and it's absurd to suggest that it makes me a suspect in the murder case.
Because it happened that there's a fragment of a stiletto inside of the head of Hayley. Apa sih banyak amat of-nya? Because it seems that the stiletto is one of the weapon of the murder case.
Oh, did it? How fascinating. But you see, my dear Detective Martini, my missing shoes have nothing to do with the recent murders. There must be some misunderstanding or misinformation floating around. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? I understand your concern, but I assure you that my missing stiletto has no connection to the murder case.
How can you be
It's
so
simply a
sure?
personal item that I misplaced.
How can you be so sure?
Because my crimson-coloured pair of stilettos was found by Detective Martini, and it had no involvement in the murders.
I didn't say that I found your shoes. I didn't have your shoes yet.
Oh, my apologies, Detective. It seems there was a misunderstanding. If you haven't located my shoes yet, then where are they?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
My sincerest apologies for the confusion, but unfortunately, I don't have any information about the whereabouts of my missing stilettos. It's rather peculiar that they have gone missing without a trace. Have you made any progress in your investigation regarding the shoes?
Let's say that your missing shoes is a weapon to one of the victims of murder. What do you say?
That's quite a shocking revelation, but I find it hard to believe that my missing shoes could be connected to the murder. They were simply a personal item that went astray.
What if I say that I have the evidence?
Evidence? Well, if you truly have evidence linking my missing stilettos to the murders, then I suppose it's worth investigating further.
And what if I say that you're the murderer?
Well, now isn't that an intriguing accusation, Detective Martini? But let's not get carried away with wild theories. You see, I have a show to do in just a few minutes, so if you'll excuse me, I must prepare for my performance. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss before I go?
So you're running, Miss Marina. Are you afraid that your seam must be uncovered?
Afraid? Why would I be afraid, Detective? I'm simply focusing on my upcoming performance. Fear has no place
Sepik
in the
aja
world of
sepik.
defense. It's all about confidence and embracing the spotlight. Now, if there's nothing more, I really do need
Ngopi
to get
dulu
ready.
detektif, nanya
Enjoy the
mulu,
rest of
nanya
your day,
lah.
Detective. Uncovered.
Gimana ya?
What do you mean by that, Detective Martini? I'm not sure I understand.
Aduh, susah banget, sumpah. Any new gossip, Ingrid?
Gossip, you say? Well, there have been whispers about a mysterious figure lurking in the shadows of Vaudeville. But as for the details, my lips are sealed.
Why? Are you afraid?
Afraid? Me? No, my dear. Fear is but a fleeting emotion, easily swept away by the rhythm of a lively dance or the laughter of good company. Speaking of which, have you tried the new cocktail at Coral? It's absolutely divine.
Aduh, tanya apa lagi ya, anjir? Sakit kepala gua, anjir. Sucks a bar. What if I say that you have you've become a suspect of this murder case?
I assure you, I have no knowledge of being a suspect in this murder case. Such claims are nothing more than idle speculation.
It's because one of the victims have some kind of like bite mark from wild animals, and only you have wild animals in here.
No.
That's not answering my question.
No.
The autopsy have already said so. I have a proof.
No.
Nano. Ah! Only you have wild animals in here, Mr. Saxebar. You're the prime suspect of this murder case.
No.
Yes.
Oh, Detective Martini, my dear rival. It appears that your imagination is running wild. I have no idea what you are talking about. These accusations of me being a prime suspect in a murder case are simply preposterous. I am but a humble lion tamer, dedicated to my craft and the success of Circus Saxebar. Perhaps you should redirect your attention elsewhere, for you seem to be chasing shadows in the wrong direction.
But I have a proof, Mr. Saxebar. Your wild animals killing one of the victims.
No.
Your wild animals killing one of the victims.
No.
Yes.
My dear detective, you persist in your baseless accusations. I have no knowledge of any of my animals causing harm to anyone. It is clear that you are grasping at straws in an attempt to find a culprit. But I assure you, the blame does not lie with me or my beloved creatures. Now let us move on to more pleasant topics, shall we?
Tahu aja dia kita desperate. Tahu dia kita desperate, jir. Aduh, capek gue, udah jam 4 lagi nih. Part 3 aja apa ya? Udah buntu anjir. Susah banget main nih game. Do you lost your shoes recently, Mrs. Potter?
Lost my suits? Oh, how amusing. But let's not dwell on such trivial matters, shall we? Tell me, have you ever tried Pascal's famous strawberry tarts? They are simply divine.
How about your shoes? Do you lost your shoes?
No, I have not lost my shoes recently.
Are you sure?
I am certain that I have not misplaced or lost any of my belongings, including my shoes. Detective.
How about a knife?
No, I have not mentioned losing a knife in our conversation.
But I think you have.
Oh, dear detective, you must be mistaken. Surely you are confusing me with someone else. I assure you I have not misplaced a single item, let alone a knife. Now, let us move on to more pleasant topics, shall we?
I have a proof that you lost your knife, Mrs. Potter. Bohong aja dulu.
Proof, you say? How intriguing. But let me tell you something, my dear detective. Accusing a lady of losing her possessions without proper evidence is quite audacious. If you have such proof, then by all means present it. But remember, one should be cautious when making baseless accusations. It's a slippery slope, my friend.
Aduh. Um, ah, Gimana ya? Ingrid, what if I tell you that you killed your friend, Haley?
That's not possible. Haley was my friend, and I would never harm her.
Are you sure?
No, it can't be true. There must be some mistake.
So you're not sure?
Detective Martini, my dear, let me tell you something. Life is a dance filled with twists and turns, surprises and uncertainties. But amidst it all, one thing remains constant: the power of friendship and trust. And in this dance we share, Detective Martini, a bond is forming, a connection beyond the surface. Let us embrace the joy of this moment and dance together through the mysteries that lie before us.
I know you killed her.
Ah, my discerning detective, you certainly have a knack for weaving tales and uncovering secrets. But let me remind you, our purpose here is to solve the murder of Haley Greenwood. The truth may be hidden in the shadows,
Klik
waiting to be
kanan.
illuminated by our collective wit and determination.
Tahan, klik
So let's
kanan,
put our
tengok
energies
kiri.
into
Emang
unraveling this
ngapain?
perplexing mystery, shall
Ada
we?
apa dulu?
Together we can bring justice to Haley and find the answers we seek.
Takut gua. Ntar ada apa-apa lagi. Ngapain dulu? Mau ngapain? Lu ngomong kayak gitu mau ada apa? Kasih tahu. Ke Pascal. Bisa keluar. Gak bisa digeser-geser, gak bisa. Gak mau. Surprise-nya apa? Gue gak suka surprise, sumpah. Gue kesel banget kalau ada surprise. Kasih tahu. Udah dapet tersangkanya belum dari tadi? Belum. Belum, Jer. Gak usah klik kanan. Apaan? Kasih tahu. Iya, kasih tahu aja keluarnya apa. Saya sedang lagi emosi ini. Tidak sanggup menerima surprise. Apa ya? Chief, can you please help me?
I'm afraid I cannot assist you in meeting the Count. It is not my role to facilitate personal encounters.
Ada Pascal, serius. Bohong lu. Di kanan, gak bisa. Oh iya, menjer. Iya. Lah, astaga. Kalau gitu kenapa gak dari tadi aja nanya? Astaga. Dari tadi gue nyari-nyari, Jer. Makasih ya, Ido ya. Astaga. Ternyata bisa gini. Dari tadi gue nanya-nanya. Nah, nyari-nyari Mr. Pascal nggak nemu-nemu anjir. Ini Mr. Pascalnya. Hai Mr. Pascal.
Oh, hello there. What brings you to Vaudeville today? Anything interesting happening lately?
Do you know about the murder case in Vaudeville?
Well, let me tell you, I found a body right outside my shop this morning. Can you believe it? Poor Nicola Grossman, may he rest in peace. But I don't know anything about the other murders, I'm afraid.
What time you discovered the body?
Early in the morning, before I even opened the store. Can you imagine the shock? But let me fill you in on the gossip, my friend. It's not just poor Mr. Grossman who met a tragic end. There have been 3 murders in Vaudeville recently. Maria Janssen, Nicola Grossman, and Hayley Greenwood. Terrible, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Speaking of terrible things, have you heard the latest rumor? It seems there's a secret love affair going on between Mr. Thompson and Mrs. Anderson. Can you believe it? Scandalous.
Who is Mr. Thompson and Mrs. Anderson?
Mr. Thompson and Mrs. Anderson are 2 residents of Vaudeville. I don't have any specific information about them, but I've been hearing whispers about their alleged romantic involvement.
Do you have any more gossip about this time?
Oh. You want more gossip, huh? Well, I heard that Mrs. Potter saw them together at the park last week. Can you believe it? The scandalous rendezvous.
Mr. Pascal said that you saw Mr. Thompson and Mrs. Anderson together. Is that true?
Ah, Mrs. Anderson and Mr. Thompson, you say? Such scandalous gossip spreads like wildfire in Vaudeville, doesn't it? But let me assure you, my lips are sealed when it comes to the affairs of others. After all, who am I to meddle in the romantic entanglements of those around me? Now, let's shift our focus to more pleasant subjects, shall we?
Mr. Pascal, do you know that recently the 3 of the victims and Mr. and Mrs. Potter, also the Count, have a trip to India?
India, you say? I didn't know about that trip. But I did hear that Victor Potter passed away in India recently. Such a tragedy.
How long have you known Mrs. Potter?
Ah, Mrs. Potter, a valued customer indeed. I've known her for quite some time, always shopping here at Vaudeville. But let me tell you, there's a juicy rumor going around that she's been having a secret affair with Count Gravesend.
Oh, udah gua duga anjir. I think so. So, what do you think about the murder of, the death of his husband?
You think so, huh? Well, let me fill you in on another little tidbit. Word on the street is that Mrs. Anderson has been seen sneaking into the Count's mansion late at night. Can you imagine the scandal if that's true? And let me tell you,
Anderson
there's
tuh
more
siapa
to the
sih?
story. I heard that Mrs. Potter was caught in a compromising situation with the Count's secretary. The plot thickens, my friend. Murders, huh? Terrible business, I must say. But you know,
Bapaknya
I
tukang
don't have
gosip
all the
anjir,
details
bagus
on the
nih.
causes of their deaths. I'm just here to provide the finest groceries in town and share a bit of gossip. Speaking of which, have you heard about the mysterious stranger who arrived in Vaudeville last week? Quite the enigma, they say. Oh, I'm not sure about that, my friend. But let me tell you something interesting. Did you hear about the new jazz band that's performing at the cafe down the street? They're supposed to be absolutely fantastic.
What do you mean the mysterious stranger arrived in Vaudeville?
Well, I'm not sure about any strangers in Foothill, but have I told you about the amazing recipe I discovered for roasted Brussels sprouts? It's simply divine.
Can you please share about this mysterious stranger?
A mysterious stranger, you say? I've heard the name floating around, but I don't know much about them. Probably just one of my customers. But you know, there's always something intriguing about a stranger in town, isn't there?
Do you happen to know the gossip about Mr. Saxobar have a secret project?
Mr. Saxobar, the circus director. I haven't heard anything about a secret project, but I did hear that he recently acquired a rare white tiger for his circus. Quite the spectacle, I must say.
Do you think that Mrs. Potter killed Mr. Potter?
Who killed Mr. Potter? I can't be certain, but let me tell you, there were quite a few folks who didn't care for him. I've overheard some whispers about Saxobar, Gravesend, and even some members of the Vaudeville Country Club. Scandalous, isn't it?
What do you think about the 3 victims of this murder case, Mr. Pascal?
Oh, the effectiveness of the murder case investigation. You know, I've always found detective stories fascinating. Have you read the latest mystery novel by Agatha Christie? It's a real page-turner.
Do you know personally about the 3 victims of the murder case?
Yes. I mentioned earlier that I found the body of one of the victims, Maria Janssen, right outside my shop this morning. Such a tragic event.
It's not Nicola Grossman?
Ah, so you've heard about Nicola Grossman as well, have you? Quite a shocking discovery, I must say. But between you and me, there's always been a hint of mystery surrounding that man. I wonder what secrets he took to the grave.
You did say that you found the body of Nicola Grossman, but why you mentioned that you found Maria Janssen?
Oops, my apologies for the confusion. I misspoke. I only found the body of Maria Janssen outside my shop, not Nicola Grossman.
Have you ever met with one of the victims?
No, I have never personally met any of the victims. I just know their names from the rumors going around town.
Nanya apa ke dia ya? Have you seen any strange recently around your shop?
No, I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary recently. Just the usual customers coming in and out of the shop.
Have you lost something recently?
Lost something? Oh, you know, I did misplace my favorite jazz record the other day. But let me tell you, I've been hearing some interesting rumors about the local theatre. Apparently, they're planning a grand production.
Aduh. Nanya apa lagi ya?
Oh, you're asking about my blog? Well, you see, I don't have a blog, but have you tried the new recipe I posted on my shop's bulletin board? It's a delightful dish with roasted vegetables.
Have you seen anything strange when you discover the body of Maria Jansson?
No, I didn't notice anything strange when I found the body of Maria Jansson. It was a shocking and tragic sight, but I didn't observe anything out of the ordinary.
Hello? Constable Jones?
Well, I'm not quite sure about that, you see. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack, isn't it? I mean, there are so many things we don't know. It's like looking for a diamond in the rough, if you ask me. But hey, you know what they say, every cloud has a silver lining, right? So maybe we'll stumble upon a clue or two. Like finding a needle in a haystack. Or a diamond in the rough. Yes.
Ngomong apa sih lu, anjir? Can you give me the access to the autopsy report, Constable Jones?
Oh. I don't have access to the autopsy reports, you see. That's more of Chief Gretzky's area of expertise. But, I've heard that Coroner Exteberia is a very interesting woman to talk to. She's the one who usually works at the morgue, you know. They say she has a keen eye for details, like a hawk spotting its prey. Or a bloodhound sniffing out a trail. But, I wouldn't want to bother her with all these cases and everything.
Do you know how can I meet with Count Graveson?
Count Grips? Oh, I'm not sure about that, you see. But, have you tried the new bakery that just opened on Main Street? I hear they have the most delicious pastries, like little bites of heaven. Oh. I'm terribly sorry, but I don't think I can help you with that. You see, I don't really know anyone named... What was it again? Yes, Count Graveson. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, you know? Or looking for a lost sheep in a big, wide field. But, I'm sure if you ask around town, someone might have heard of him. It's like the saying goes, there's always a light at the end of the tunnel.
Can you help me about this case?
Of course, I'll do my best to assist you. Well, I don't know. I might have a theory.
What is your theory?
Well, you see, I don't have a concrete theory yet, but I read a book the other week. There were these creatures. They were like shadows in the night, lurking in the darkness. Maybe, just maybe, there's a connection between these, unfortunate events and these mysterious creatures. But, it's just a shot in the dark, you know? Like trying to find a needle in a haystack, or a diamond in the rough. So, yeah, that's my, little theory.
What kind of creatures?
I'm sorry. I don't have any information about the specific kind of creatures.
What kind of book did you read about this information?
You see, I'm not quite sure about the name of the book, you know? It was one of those old, dusty tomes that you find in the back corner of a library. The title? It's like a needle in a haystack, lost in the pages of time. But, it had stories about strange and mysterious things. Like shadows that dance in the moonlight and whispers that echo in the wind. It was like stepping into a whole new world, you know? But, sorry, I can't remember the exact name.
Why do you make us this assumption?
Good day, sir. Welcome to the charming city of Vaudeville, where the sun shines brighter than 1,000 stars. Or so they say. We're ever so grateful that you've come to lend a hand with these unfortunate incidents that have occurred. Chief Gretzky, bless his weary soul, is in dire need of assistance. He's been working tirelessly, like a horse pulling a heavy cart uphill. Well, I don't know. I read a book the other week. There were these creatures.
Why do you make this assumption that this murder case happened to have relation with this Mysterious creature.
Oh, you see, I don't have any concrete evidence or anything, but it's just a hunch, you know? Sometimes, when things are so puzzling and mysterious, it's like trying to catch a fish with your bare hands, or finding a needle in a haystack. But, there have been 3
Kenapa
murders
sih
in
dia
such a
ngomong
short
needle
time,
in the
and they all
hashtag,
seem
needle in the hashtag
different.
mulu?
It's like pieces of a puzzle that don't quite fit together. So maybe, just maybe, there's more than one culprit involved.
Why you keep mentioning needle in the haystack?
I apologize for the repetition. It's a figure of speech that came to mind like a reflex.
Kenapa dia mention mysterious creature? In your book, does it mention someone have a dream that being followed by this mysterious creature?
No. The book didn't mention anything about dreams or being followed by mysterious creatures. It was more about the general concept of strange and mysterious beings.
Gak ada. Mana ya? In the book, is there any description about this mysterious creature?
Sorry, but as mentioned before, the specific description of the creature is not mentioned in the book.
Lu bikin asumsi tapi habis itu kagak jelas, Cir. Cuma nambah-nambah pusing gua aja, bangke. Aduh. John, do you happen to know about mysterious creature in this town?
No. Detective Martini. There are no records or reports of any mysterious creatures in this town. Stick to the facts of the case at hand.
Miss Ingrid, do you happen heard about mysterious creature in this town?
Oh, mysteries and creatures, how fascinating. But you know, there's something even more captivating right in front of us. The art and culture that thrives in Vaudeville. Have you had a chance to explore the local music scene?
You're not answering my question. Have you heard about mysterious creature in this town, Miss Ingrid?
My dear Detective Martini, what a curious question. But let's divert our attention from tales of mysterious creatures and turn our focus to the magic and wonder of the present. Speaking of wonders, have you ever tried the delectable pastries at Madame Chantilly's bakery? They are simply divine.
Just answer my question and not playing with me.
Well, my charming and persistent investigator, I must confess that I haven't heard of any such creature in town. But you've certainly piqued my curiosity. Tell me more about this intriguing mystery. Is it a creature with a taste for secrets? Or perhaps it possesses the power to unravel the threads of truth? I must admit it sounds like a tale straight out of a vaudeville performance. But let's not get too lost in the realm of imagination. We have a real-life mystery to solve, don't we? I don't feel comfortable talking about this.
Miss Marina, have you ever heard about mysterious creature in this town?
Mysterious creatures? I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about any mysterious creatures in this town.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I haven't seen or heard anything about any mysterious creatures in Vaudeville.
Mr. Saksabar, have you ever heard about mysterious creature in this town?
afraid I haven't heard of such a creature.
So there's no any fairy tale in this town? Or any legend?
Religion, a topic as vast and complex as the universe itself. But let us not delve into such matters now, for there is much more excitement to be found in the world of vaudeville. Tell me, have you ever witnessed the mesmerizing performances of the
Bacak. Mrs. Potter, have you ever heard about mysterious creature in this town?
Mysterious creatures, you say? How delightfully intriguing. I do love a good mystery. Tell me, detective, have you ever encountered such a creature yourself? The world is full of enigmatic wonders waiting to be discovered. Perhaps we should embark on an adventure together and uncover the secrets that lie within this town. Life is too short to be confined to the ordinary, don't you think?
So do you believe there are some kind of like mysterious creature in this town?
I'm sorry, but I don't have any information about mysterious creatures in the sun.
I mean in this town.
Oh, my dear, if there were truly a mysterious creature lurking in our town, don't you think it would add a touch of excitement to our otherwise mundane lives? Imagine the gossip that would ensue. But alas, my knowledge is limited to the ordinary happenings of vaudeville. Now, let's not dwell on such fantastical notions and focus on more practical matters. Shall we?
Halo Raffi. Aduh. Mr. Pascal, have you ever heard about mysterious creature in this town?
Scariest creature in town? Well, let me tell you about the time Mrs. Henderson's cat got stuck in a tree. Quite the commotion, I must say.
Have you ever heard about mysterious creature in this town?
Well, I've heard rumors about a mysterious creature. They call it the Manticore, supposedly hidden in the basement of Gravesend Manor. But I've never seen it myself, just gossip, you know.
What is Manticore?
Oh, the Manticore. It's a mythical beast, part lion, part human, and part something else. They say it has a tail of deadly spines. Quite a terrifying thought, isn't it? But remember, I've only heard whispers about it being in the Gravesend Manor's basement. Can you imagine?
How can I meet the Count?
A count? Let me tell you about the latest scandal in
Siapa yang
town.
pernah
It
nyinggung
seems that Lord
Manticore?
Harrington has been caught in a compromising situation with Lady Montgomery. The gossip is spreading like wildfire. Count Gravesend, you say? Interesting. You know, Mrs. Potter is one of my best customers and friends. But between you and me, I suspect there might be something more than friendship between her and the Count. Quite the juicy rumor, don't you think?
Someone said that you have special relationship with the Count.
Count Gravesend? Ah, yes, the Count is quite the character, isn't he? Eccentric, to say the least. But let me tell you a little secret, detective. His manor is a fascinating place to visit. We often indulge in delightful conversations, surrounded by his peculiar collection of antiquities. The Count always has the most intriguing anecdotes to share. It's a shame you can't experience it for yourself. But enough about that. Let's move on to more captivating topics, shan't we?
So you do have relationship with the Count.
Well, it seems you've caught me, Detective Martini. Yes, indeed, there is a certain connection between myself and the enigmatic Count. You see, he is a rather eccentric individual, and his company is simply irresistible. The moments spent at his grand manor, immersed in his world of strange antiquities and enthralling tales, are truly unforgettable.
So I assume you killed your husband to be with the Count.
My, detective, you do have a vivid imagination, don't you? But let me assure you, there is no truth to such wild accusations. Count Graveson has been a dear friend to me, offering his support and kindness during difficult times. It is true that he has been a comforting presence in my life, but to suggest anything more than that is quite scandalous. Now, let's put these baseless speculations aside and focus on matters that actually require our attention. Shall we?
But you just confirmed that you have a relationship with the Count.
Why, yes, I did confirm that I have a connection with the Count, didn't I? But let me tell you a little secret, Detective Martini. The Count is not like anyone else you'll ever meet. He has a certain eccentricity about him that draws me in. His manner is like a treasure trove of curiosities, and his stories, oh, they're simply captivating. You see, there's more to Vaudeville than meets the eye, and the Count knows just how to unveil its hidden wonders.
So, is it romantic relationship?
Romantic, you say? Well, my dear detective, I must admit that the relationship I share with the Count is a bit more complex than simple romance. It's a bond forged through shared experiences, trust and understanding. He has been a pillar of support, standing by my side during difficult times. But let's not get caught up in the details, shall we? There are far more intriguing matters to discuss than the intricacies of my personal relationships.
How long have you been really close with the Count?
Oh, Detective Martini, you are quite persistent, aren't you? Very well, I'll indulge you with a little more information. I've known the eccentric Count Graveson for quite some time now. Our connection grew stronger over the years, as we discovered our mutual appreciation for the peculiar and the extraordinary. His manner is like stepping into another world, filled with oddities and curiosities that never fail to captivate me. It's a place where time seems to stand still, and the stories that unfold are simply enchanting.
So, does it mean that you have some kind of like romantic relationship with the Count while marrying your husband?
Ah, dear detective, you seem to be fixated on the romantic aspects of my relationship with the Count. While I appreciate your curiosity, I must remind you that my late husband and I had a strong bond during his lifetime. However, I will admit that the Count has been a source of comfort and support, standing by my side when I needed it most. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, wouldn't you agree? Now let's divert our attention to more pressing matters, shall we?
If you can choose, which one that you will pick, Count or your husband?
Oh, my dear detective, you do have a way of prying into the depths of my personal affairs, don't you? But let me assure you, while the Count holds a special place in my heart, my late husband, Victor was a truly remarkable man. He was not only my husband, but also a cherished friend. We shared a bond that was built on trust, love, and companionship. So, you see, it's not a matter of choosing one over the other. Each relationship holds its own significance in my life.
So, are you feel relieved now that your last husband already died?
Detective Martini, I must correct you. My late husband, Mr. Nicholas, was a wonderful and beloved partner. I hold his memory close to my heart and cherish the time we had together. His passing has left a void that can never be filled. While I appreciate your curiosity, I must ask that you refrain from making assumptions about my feelings. Now, let us focus on matters that require our attention, shall we?
This is a serious matter about related to the murder case. So I'm sorry if I offend you in some way, because I need to know about the important matters for this murder case. I hope you understand.
Detective Martini, how intriguing that you should inquire about my late husband's temperament. I must say, Mr. Nicholas was an admirable man, kind and gentle for the most part. However, there were moments, rare as they were, when his patience would wear thin. It's quite amusing, really, to witness a man of such composure display a hint of frustration. But let's not get caught up in the quirks of the departed. We have more pressing matters at hand, don't we?
So you argue with your husband a lot?
My dear detective, you do have an insatiable curiosity about my marital dynamics, don't you? Well, I shall indulge you with a glimpse into the spirited debates that Mr. Victor and I used to engage in. You see, our arguments were like a dance, a playful tango of opposing views.
Nanya siapa lagi ya? Aduh, tetap aja masih susah. Do you happen to know about Manticore? Manticore?
Multicar? Ah, my dear detective, you have a knack for bringing up the most peculiar subjects. But let's not dwell on that now. Have you heard about the latest scandal involving the renowned illusionist Madame Mystique? Quite a captivating tale, I must say. No.
Yes.
No.
You do know about the Manticore?
Oh, the Manticore, you say? Well, I must confess, my knowledge of mythical creatures is rather limited. As a lion tamer, my focus lies more on the real beasts of this world. But do enlighten me, Detective Martini. What is this Manticore that has captured your attention?
Someone said that the Count have Manticore in his basement.
Rubbish.
Udahlah, aku tidur aja lah. Capek anjir. Do you know about Manticore?
Manticore, you say? Ah, speaking of mythical creatures, have you ever seen the mesmerizing fire dancers at the Grand Theatre? Their performances are simply breathtaking.
Aku istirahat aja lah. Sudah lelah hati ini, Bang. Lelah hati ini menyanyikanmu. Capek banget. Capek banget jadi detektif. Menguras tenaga sekali menjadi detektif. Ya udahlah. Ada yang live nggak sekarang? Nggak ada anjir. Udah, saya tidur dulu ya. Terima kasih. Semakin lama semakin terkuak. Tapi lama banget terkuaknya. Capek. Kalau gitu terima kasih. Bye bye. Asik, dadah. Thank you.